report for, well, today. We'll get to all that. I am Pugs Moran. We do this every Monday through Friday, noon to whatever. And what is it that we do here on the High Noon Report? Well, what we like to do is give you all the things that are happening in the world. If it's a headline, a hot topic, a current event, a trend, something that people are buzzing about, I try and give it to you here, all in the course of a couple of hours. Now, how does that work? Well, I tell you the headline. I say, this is a headline, and then I tell you why it's a headline, and then I give you a hot take on it, what I think of that, and then we move on. That's how we do it. And by the end of this little process, we should all be fully prepped up on all the things that are happening in the world today. Well, let me get the chat room married over. I'm not doing the chat room right. New studio, who dis? See, we had to move from the Comfort Nest guest lounge, and I had to find a suitable place to do the streams over in the one percenter compound, the big house. Your face is a headline. What is that? Fix the shit, mate. Fix what? All right, what needs to be fixed now? Seriously, don't fucking do this. Very serious shit, because we'll tank the entire fucking show. What is wrong? Hi, Cameron. What is wrong, Byron? What is your complaint? Fix the shit. What needs to be fixed? Tell me what needs to be fixed, and we'll try and fix it. Good Lord. The chateau? The chateau? Oh, the chat room! You son of a bitch! Oh, God. See, you got me so... Okay, thank you, Byron. You got me so wigged out because you have no idea. Seems fine to me. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Adam can always be counted on. Adam knows when it's time to dick around and when it's not time to dick around. And that's one of the things that I appreciate most about Adam. I don't know, I just considered it now. But he seemed to have been Johnny on the spot for me there. Thank you. Yes, so we have the new space to be doing the studios. Last night we tried to do the Pillow Talk show. Pugs, Parker. First of all, it was a train wreck because half the show was like, I'm watching the Stars, right? Everybody was watching the Stars game. So, and then I apparently didn't hook the studio up right, and I had Key. It was going to be me and Key just joking around for an hour. I had Keynote, and he couldn't hear me, or he could hear me. I couldn't hear him. I don't know what it was. It was a huge problem, so I rebooted everything. And then I think I fixed it. I think, thank you, Leslie. Leslie says everything is good. You need better lighting. I don't need better lighting. The problem is I have too much lighting in this place. I have to figure out the proper lighting. That's what I need to figure out. D-Live team. Welcome to D-Live. If you need help or want to meet more D-Live, who the hell is that? Get them out of the chat room, people. I don't know who this D-Live is. Is it a club we can join? Is it a club we can all join en masse and then wreck it? Hi, Jen. Jen's here. Good to see Jen. Hey, speaking of what it's good to see, I want to give a shout out to our friends who saved us last month. The only reason this show is still going on this month is because our friends, that's right, our friends at Sacred Oils stepped up. Sacred Oils, they do CBDs and all that kind of stuff. CBDs, edibles, gummies, flour. None of you have taken advantage. Not one person. Not one. They stepped up. They're like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get. Not one. Pugs 20. Pugs 20. You want to try CBDs. If you're thinking, you know what, now's as good a time as ever to try it. And why not? You would help somebody who's helping the show. Yeah, see how this works? You get to experience what this CBD thing is all about. Get the Delta 8 gummies or get the Delta 8 flower. Just whatever. Get the flower, get the vapes, whatever. I'm telling you. And then you can do the CBD oils and all that stuff like I like to do at night. So if you're thinking about trying this, why wouldn't you just pick up the phone and call Sacred Oils or just get in your car and drive on over there, 13740 Midway Road. 13740 Midway Road. Or you can get 13740 Midway Road, and it should be stressed. Suite 522. It's a strip mall, but it's right there. Or you can call them if you don't know how to get there, because I don't know why you wouldn't. But call them at 469-951-3910. That's Sacred Oils, 469-951-3910. Thank you to them. Appreciate it. But we still need your tips, though. That's the other. We still need you to help out the show with the Venmo or the Cash App, because this show is, I'm telling you, we're probably... I've never said it this drastically. We're in the last couple of weeks. The show will not continue through this. I'll take some time off. I'm thinking about taking some time off maybe in June. See if we can do some other things. I don't know how that'll affect the nighttime show. The nighttime show might still be around. But this one is just, it's untenable. It's untenable without. So call Sacred Oils. Check them out. Go by the store. Pugs 20. If you want to try something, you get 20% off. That's what the Pugs 20 is. All right. Enough of that. You know I hate that part of it, folks. I hate that. You know, they're like, do it digitally. You can do everything yourself. Turns out I don't want to do everything myself. I don't want to do the sales stuff myself. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in putting on a show. I do like the new setup, though. As you can see, we've got the blinds drawn. Now, why are the blinds drawn? The blinds are drawn because for some reason when they're open, that's the backyard. That's the pool and all that stuff and the dog running around back here. I'm high up, so you would be looking at some point maybe I'll open it. It's too bright, though. It is just too bright. So I can't have it open right now. Otherwise, it's like, wah. So when someone in the chat room said that there's a problem with the lighting. Yeah, I know. We'll get the lighting squared away. We'll figure out exactly how to make the lighting work. But in the meantime, I'm not fucking Brad Pitt. You know what I mean? This is kind of what you get. Let's see here. The Bob. What is the Bob talking about? Hi, Mama Beller. Mama Beller can't find the share button for the show on Facebook or on Twitter. Or I don't know how you share it. Can you share on YouTube? I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Mom Beller. You're the peach. You're the cat's pajamas to me, so don't you worry about it. You've done more than enough to support this show, Mama Beller. I do appreciate it. Hiya, Frank. Frank's here. Frank is a regular tipper. Frank tipped last night. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Although I gotta be honest, guys, did not make a whole lot of. Did not do well last night. Did not do well yesterday. Now we're at the stretch where I'm looking at the shows and I'm like, I gotta make at least $20 a show. And, that's never. Well, actually, that's not true. Sometimes most people tip like $20, $25, something like that, which is really appreciated. So, we do, but we haven't had that in a while, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll be fine. Let's get into what today's show is. And here's how the show works. You all know this. It's a couple of different parts to the show, right? We start out with, by the way, how do you like the echo? This was a big problem moving to this new studio space here, this place where we're doing the show. Because this is a gigantic house and there is no furniture in it. Okay, there's no furniture in it. It's in the process of being redone and all that kind of stuff. So there's no furniture in it. So every single room that I tried to build out the studio in had an echo from these gigantic vaulted ceilings. And there is no carpeting everywhere. It is hardwood floors everywhere. And then like stone. It's like stone floors and then hardwood floors everywhere. So the echo is just absolutely terrible in every single room of this beautiful home. However, I found this place. Do you know what this place is? This is a rich person's walk-in closet. That's right. I am in a gigantic rich person's walk-in closet, which I think doubles wonderfully as a studio. And it's the only place in this house where I could, not have an echo. If you heard me for the first few minutes last night on the 9 p.m. show, Pugs and Parker proudly present a thing we do Monday through Thursdays at 9 p.m. Myself, Parker, E, sometimes Keynote, sometimes Headcrack. We're mixing in a lot of people. So that show last night, if you heard the very beginning, the echo was terrible. And I was like, yeah, this is untenable. We cannot do this. So I hope you like the temporary digs. They're not terrible. I think they're actually kind of good. I think the sound sounds good. I can't believe I was able to deaden the echo in this room. I got blankets all around. You don't know. Oh my God. What's going on just outside the camera? Like right here? Like what's going on just right here? Right? I'm waving my hand. See? Right here? What's going on right here? Oh, it's ugly. It's just blankets and pillows and stacks of bags filled with clothes. Just trying to deaden the sound. And we've sort of done that. Okay. Okay, so Byron says the echo went away last night. Well, no, there was still a bad echo. There was still just a bad natural echo. But I suppose there was also an echo that was occurring because I just, I don't know, I set things up wrong. I'm so hoping that this works. At some point today, I feel like I might have to, like maybe at the end of the show when we finish. We got a big show too. There's a lot going on here. I think this is going to, this can be a long one. So buckle up, Buttercup. A lot of stuff I want to talk about today. Also, at some point during the show, I'm going to have to step away just for a brief moment because the way this whole thing is arranged now, I used to be able to just step away for like a second and let the dog in and out if people were coming through the yard. But I think we're going to have somebody coming through the yard here in a few minutes. So I'm going to need to step away, go downstairs, and then I'm going to have to handle the dog. But I'll come right back. And, you talk amongst yourselves. That's what the chat room's all about. All right, everybody, pull up your beanbag chairs, form your soul circle of life, join hands, and let's all be optimistic about the day that lies ahead. Because what we do here on the High Noon Report with me, Pugs Moran, is give you absolutely everything that you need to know about this big, wild world that's floating around us, right? So let's get started. Here's how we do it. We start out with a segment that I like to call Erstwhile on this day. We go through the history of the day. Then we talk about birthdays, people who were born on this day, people we need to celebrate, or people we need to go, I don't care. Then we go to the mornings. That's where we play this new game called They're Dead, Do We Care? Where we talk about people who have died, people of note, and then we go, people, because everybody dies, okay? Look, the cornerstone premise of this segment, They're Dead, Do We Care? The cornerstone premise is everybody dies, okay? Even assholes die. Do we care? No, because everybody dies. You got to be special to make us care. So, once we go through Erstwhile on this day, and the birthdays, and the mornings, then we get into the trending topics, and we talk about all the things that are happening in this day. Excuse me, let me reach out here and grab my coffee. Without further ado, let's get started. It is High Noon. Hi, Pugs Moran here. High Noon for the 16th day of May, year of our Lord, 2023. May 16th is the 136th day of the year. There are 229 days remaining until the end of this very year. Let's see here. On this day. Oh, sorry. I got the captions and all that good stuff that I like to do now. What happened? Sorry. Boom! There we go. Erstwhile on this day in 1527. By the way, the reason I'm doing this now, why I'm putting, like, this is the segment we're in where I'm putting, because when I go back and listen to the show, sometimes I have to fast forward, and now I have these little things that show me when I'm fast forwarding through the shows where basically we are. Because trust me, I can prattle on, and even I don't want to listen to myself sometimes. On this day in 1527, the Florentines drive out the Medici for a second time, and Florence reestablishes itself as a republic. You guys know much about the Florentines and the Medici and all that? I don't. I should. It's a glaring hole. I know the Medicis were super rich and influential and powerful, and I know that their rivals were the Florentines. Florence. Where are the Medicis? Where are they from? I don't know where they're from. Anyway, there's a couple of shows, right? There's like 2 shows about the Medicis. I've never seen any of them. You know why I haven't seen either one? Here's the problem with the 2 Medici shows. One has been described to me as being just like a stupid soap opera. Like stupid, like, I don't know, like Bridgerton or something, something stupid like that. I'm like, nah. And the other one, they say, is more of a historical accounting of the Medici family and all that, right? So that's the one that sounds interesting to me. So that's the one that I would want to watch. However, I don't remember which is which. So I'm afraid I'm going to start watching one and get trapped. I'm like, oh no, this is the stupid soap opera one. So I don't know much about the Medicis. But on this day, something big happened to them. The Florentines took them over. On this day in 1568, Mary, Queen of Scots, flees to England. What's her story? What's Mary, Queen of Scots' story? She was Catholic, right? Right, that's what her deal was. She was Catholic, and who's Mary? Is Mary the daughter of Amble? I don't know. Who cares? There's a movie you can watch made in the 1960s called Mary, Queen of Scots. I saw it once years ago. I was like, that's an interesting historical story. Forgot basically all of it. On this day in 1770, the 14-year-old Marie Antoinette marries the 15-year-old Louis Auguste, who later becomes the King of France. Oh, how wonderful for this couple. Let them eat cake, she famously said, but didn't really say it all. That's never something Marie Antoinette said. It was something that was written in a satire newspaper in order to make her look bad, and everyone at the time knew it was a joke. It was basically a quote circulated that was attributed to Marie Antoinette in The Onion of its time, right? And by the way, the French have a long history of satiric news and all that kind of stuff. We call them lies today, but during the time of revolution, you can call them satire. But yeah, she never said that. Marie Antoinette never said let them eat cake. Also, same deal, same French newspaper, same French satire site. Who was the other one that we found out about? Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great did not die having sex with a horse. She had a stroke at her desk in front of a whole bunch of people. There were witnesses. But the French satire magazine, because they were angry at Russia, and France and Russia didn't have good relations, when they announced her death, they wrote this whole story about how she'd been killed trying to have sex with a horse. Why? Because that would be humiliating for your political rival. And that's what Russia was to France at the time. On this day in 1842, the first major wagon train headed for the Pacific Northwest sets out on the Oregon Trail. They left from Elm Grove, Missouri with 100 pioneers. Think they made it? Do you think they made it? The first major wagon train. I don't know. Would we have any way of knowing if they made it? Because they just sent like a whole bunch of people out there. You know, you know how I like to doff my cap and salute the brave men of the American NASA of the 1960s, the Mercury program, the Saturn, the Apollo, all that stuff. Love those guys. Salute. I would say that the people who set out on the Oregon Trail, the families and their stagecoaches who were settling the West, I think they might have even been in a little bit more danger than the astronauts. The only way that the astronaut thing is more dangerous is because of the unknown. But there was also a great degree of unknown in the expansion of the West, the wagon trains. They didn't know what was out there. It could have been monsters and, boogeymen and all that stuff. But what they did know, they knew there were Indians. And with us, with space travel, at least we know that if we just get out of our orbit, there's not going to be like bad guys coming to, scalp our heads, right? So those people, man, imagine that. Imagine being a family on this day in 1842. You're sitting there in Elm Grove, Missouri, and you're loading up the back of the stagecoach, and you're going to see some shit. That's all I'm saying. You're going to see some shit. If you're a little kid in the back of that stagecoach, you're about to grow up real fast. On this day in 1866, the United States Congress establishes the nickel. Nickel. Nobody needs a nickel now. We don't need pennies. We don't need nickels. Dimes, fine. Is there anything that costs a nickel? Can you get anything with a nickel? Is there something that I can walk into a store in 2023 and buy with a nickel? I don't think so. Get out of here, nickel. I haven't seen a nickel in forever. I'm anti-nickel. Wait, who's on the nickel? I like the penny because old Abe Lincoln's on the penny. And the penny is kind of pennies. We need to keep pennies. We need to keep pennies for the humorous financial payout. Pennies need to be left around because if you owe a dude $100 and he's being a dick about it, you might still want to pay him in $100 worth of pennies, right? That's so we got to keep the pennies because that's just for the humor of it. We have to keep a penny. Nickel we don't need. We don't need a nickel. I mean, we don't even really need a dime, but, it's an increment of 10, so that seems like let's get rid of the nickel, keep the penny, no nickels needed. 5 pennies! It's 5 pennies is a nickel. The nickel is redundant. We don't need 10 pennies is maybe too much in your hand. 5 is fine. 5 you can have. You don't need redundant. The nickel is redundant. On this day in 1868, the United States Senate fails to convict President Andrew Johnson by 1 vote. I don't know anything about Andrew Johnson. In fact, I get him confused with Andrew Jackson. I know, except that then I learn a lot about Andrew Jackson, and he was a bad guy. But Andrew Johnson, I think Andrew Johnson is widely considered to be the worst president. But we just don't know anything about him. Because what did he do? I think it was just all scandals and stuff. I don't have time to go into it. Like I said, we got a big show. If you're interested in finding out what it was that Andrew Johnson did on this day in 1868 to barely escape Senate conviction, well, you can look him up. Andrew Johnson. He was a president. He's fairly easy to find. Although one of the spare presidents, he's one of the spare presidents, but he's not a spare president because he was so bad. You know what I mean? Like you would rather be a spare president than Andrew Johnson. Because a spare president didn't really do anything big or little or, you know. On this day in 1918, the Sedition Act of 1918 is passed by the U.S. Congress, making criticism of the United States government during wartime an imprisonable offense. It was repealed less than 2 years later. This is our programming, people. This is our programming. In 1918, the United States Congress made it illegal to criticize the government. What? And then 2 years later, they're like, no, that was really bad. We can't do that. That's totally anti-American. And what were we thinking? Well, it was programming. We were thought that was all right. And we saw this rear its absurdly stupid head within the last 20 years. Remember the Dixie Chicks criticized President Bush, and the big deal about it was that they were on a stage in England. That's not a big deal. That means absolutely fucking nothing. But all you idiots out there with your programming, you were told it means something, so you were like, you can't criticize America on a British stage. Shut up. Oh, shut up, you dummy. You, as an American citizen, have the God-given right to criticize the United States government, their actions, the way they represent you. You are in a democracy. These are elected officials. We have the right to talk shit to them about anything that they are doing anytime. Well, you're being seditious. Are you fucking kidding me? This country is about being able to speak truth to power. That's what we do. We are unafraid to say the president, the plumber that lives on your block, is unafraid to call out the president of the United States publicly. That's what America is. 1918. God, there are so many instances of us throughout history just being fucking idiots, not understanding in the slightest what America is supposed to be about. And on this day was a great example. And a whole bunch of you morons were running around going, you can't criticize a war. You can criticize a war any fucking time you want, especially when it's your kids who are being sent there to die. The fuck is wrong with you? You people only said that because you thought it sounded right. That sounds right. You can't criticize America. What, you gonna go to Germany and talk about how America shouldn't be in the war in Iraq? Yeah, if you fucking want to. Absolutely, you're an American citizen. You can do it anywhere you want. Oh, it's just not proper. Okay, that's a different argument. You want to get into that? That's a much bigger and deeper and nuanced argument about being proper for someone, to go to another country and do that. But come on. Okay, got me hot. That's good, though. It's good that I got hot. I haven't been hot in days. All right. So on this day, the United States Congress completely sold out the American Constitution and the very ideals of the Founding Fathers. On this day in 1980, it did it. 2 years later, they're like, whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, we can't do that. That was bad. 2 years later, but it wasn't so bad 2 years later that 100 years after that, we didn't Dixie Chick the Dixie Chicks for basically saying, we're against the war. Fucking hate you people. Those Dixie Chicks, they're like every soccer mom's favorite band. And you fucking Fox News retards, you guys like totally demonize them like they were the worst thing. They're like soccer mom music. Are you fucking kidding me? But that's how they gin you up. They gin you up. They make you hate the Dixie Chicks. Wait, why am I hating the Dixie Chicks? Look, I drank with Natalie Maines once at the Lakewood Tavern. She lived right over there. She had a house right at the bar she hung out at. There was hardly anybody in the bar, and it was at closing time. I was friends with the bartender, and we were all sitting at the bar. And Natalie Maines of the Dixie Chicks was one of the people just sitting there. And we all started talking and hanging out at closing time. You know how that is when you're friends with the bartender and the bar closes and everybody else has to leave, but you guys get to hang out. And we're just hanging out in a little group. She was delightful. What a wonderful woman that Natalie Maines seemed to be. And we Dixie chicked her. The term Dixie chicken. What are they called now? Didn't they change their name? They're the Chicks now because they're like, fuck you, country music. Because country music did that whole stupid thing where Fox News is telling us not to like these girls no more. It's fucking music, people. Jesus cripes. Sedition Act of 1918. A black pockmark on the United States' grand history. On this day in 1920 in Rome, Pope Benedict XV canonizes Joan of Arc. You know my feelings on Joan of Arc. Don't even get me started on Joan of Arc. She was a crazy, angst-ridden teenage girl who convinced another crazy person, who happened to have been the King of France, convinced him that she was talking to God, and the crazy King of France was like, I want to talk to God, and he totally believed her, and he made her something that she wasn't, and oh my God, the legend took over. She was crazy. Joan of Arc was a crazy 15-year-old girl. That's all. Crazy 15-year-old peasant girl. Everybody in her village knew she was crazy, and then the king went, she's not crazy, and everybody went, let's follow her into battle. And by the way, she didn't do well in battle. You know, all of these depictions of her, she benefited from a planned retreat by the British, okay? That was her first. She was sent into battle. Her very first charge was sent in to attack the British who had laid siege to what was it? The siege of I don't even know. Whatever. It wasn't Paris, but they had laid siege, and she ran. As she got there. She was there like 9 days, and the British pulled out. They were already pulling out, and she was hailed as a hero because she talks to God, and she's 14. But then she did the thing where she chased them. In their retreat, she chased them down and butchered them. And that also made her like, but she's fucking crazy. That's why she did something that other generals and men of respect wouldn't do to a retreating army. So she was, well, she's crazy. So then she goes back, and she's there with the king, and the king's like, wow, you showed up and the British ran, and then you butchered them. You're pretty badass. I'm putting you in charge of my entire army. So then she led the very next campaign and got slaughtered and captured by the British. Because she wasn't good. Because she was crazy. And on this day, in 1920, a stupid pope just played into the false narrative that Joan of Arc is some kind of a saint. And she was canonized. She made a Saint Joan of Arc on this day. On this day in 1929 in Hollywood, the very first ever Academy Awards ceremony takes place. Yeah, don't you remember that? I think it was Al Jolson who was up there on stage, and he made some crack about Carol Lombard in front of Clark Gable, and Clark Gable got up and stabbed him in the face. Yeah, that happened at the very first Academy Awards. No, that didn't happen. Let's see here. In 1988, on this day, a report by the Surgeon General of the United States states that the addictive properties of nicotine are similar to those of heroin and cocaine. I'm trying to think, do I know? I do know a couple of people who I think might classify themselves as former cocaine addicts. However, I didn't know them in their former cocaine addict stage. Imagine cocaine stuff. But, I guess what I'm saying is, I've known a lot more people who've tried to quit smoking, and they would say that quitting smoking is the hardest thing. I know nicotine is a bitch, man. I used to chew tobacco all the time. Now I use these. I don't chew tobacco. Now I use these things, these on nicotine pouches. They're not tobacco. They're just condensed nicotine, and you just kind of suck on them and whatever. And it works great, but I'm still addicted to nicotine. I'm just not chewing and spitting and dipping the way I used to, right? So, it's more of I guess it's a clean version of this thing, of nicotine ingestion, but I'm still addicted to it. So, yeah. All right, C. Everett Koop. Remember that guy, C. Everett Koop? He kind of looked like a cross between Colonel Sanders and Captain Kangaroo, but he was the Surgeon General. That was weird. I'm fascinated by old dudes who at some point decide to just go with a unique look. You know what I mean? Like old dudes, like at some point an old dude freezes on a look and they're like, it's a little bit wild, C. Everett Koop did that. Trump did that. Trump's got a whole look that he's frozen into. That's crazy. That, the hair and, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. What else do we got here? On this day in 1991, Queen Elizabeth II addresses a joint session of the United States Congress. She's the first British monarch to address the United States Congress. Well, we welcomed her. I don't even remember this. I don't even remember that. I don't know. It seems like I should remember that, 1991. Doesn't even seem... I don't remember the Queen coming here. I remember Diana coming here. That was a big deal. That I remember. Boy, I bet that burns the dead Queen's buns, huh? That here, historically, I don't remember her visit to the United States, but I sure as shit remember Diana's. This whole country shut down when Diana was touring. Man, she came to Chicago, and she toured. She came to Chicago, and I was working in the Hancock building, and she was like at Water Tower Place, which is a building that is like right next door to the John Hancock Tower in downtown Chicago. It's the big showcase shopping mall area, fancy stores and all that kind of stuff. She was there, and I had to wait like a half hour to get my car out of the garage because crazy Secret Service and all that kind of stuff, they had shut down this entire... So I remember when Lady Di showed up in Chicago. I believe she danced with John Travolta. I think that was what she did. I think that was like the big moment. That was the takeaway from her Chicago visit. She danced at some outdoor park with John Travolta. Here, from what I know about John Travolta, he wasn't into it. Maybe you were, Diana. You seem to, enjoy the carnal pleasures of life, at least in all the things that I've read about you since your passing. John Travolta, he also enjoys carnal pleasures, but from what I understand, they're of the alternative kind. All right, there you go. That's erstwhile on this day. Now it's time for Wana Wana Wana. They say it's your birthday. Wana Wana Wana. It's my birthday too, yeah. This is where we go through some of the people who have been born onto this day. These are people celebrating birthdays on this 16th. Some are dead. Doesn't matter if it was a day that produced, let's see. Let's see what quality of individual this day has produced. Starting out with a good one. Born on this day in 1905, Henry Fonda, Mr. Roberts. What else was he in? On Golden Pond. That was his last movie. And he did like a billion things. 12 Angry Men. Oh my God. Henry Fonda draft. No, I'm not going to do a Henry Fonda draft. Here's why I'm not going to do a Henry Fonda draft. Dude made like 200 movies. And I don't know. I've maybe seen 6 of them. I know he's big. I know he's important, right? He's Henry Fonda. He was like one of the greats of all time. I get it, but I don't have what it takes to put together a Henry Fonda draft today. So forgive me. Moving on. Also born on this day in 1912, Studs Terkel, American historian and author, advocate for the middle class. Nobody wrote and depicted in fiction or quasi-fiction the plight of the American middle-class dude, quite like the great Studs Terkel. Studs Terkel, born on this day in 1912. Pulitzer Prize winner, Studs Terkel. If you don't know who he is, look him up. Dude was a badass. Dude did radio in the 50s and 60s and all that, but he did radio in a way that I would like to do podcasting now. He did it as a story. He did it as, it wasn't like, hi Bob, what's traffic like? He didn't do radio like that. He did it like, you closed your eyes and you listen. It was theater of the mind. It took place at a bar, right? And it was all of these people who were hanging out at this bar and they were talking about current events in the world. It was brilliant. And it was half fiction, but it was also, these fictional characters were discussing the real world of it. Oh, it was just terrific. It was such a great thing and way ahead of its time. And oh man, anyway, Studs Terkel, born on this day in 1912. Born on this day in 1919, Liberace. I have no time today. I just remember him saying that once. I don't know what it was. Actually, I do know where I saw him say that. It was on a Merv Griffin show. Remember Merv Griffin? Oh, that show was great. If you get an opportunity, YouTube, I think Amazon Prime has all the old Merv Griffin shows. That show was wild. That show was crazy. I'll tell you, that's a show and that's a podcast in itself. Just rewatching old Merv Griffin shows with like a group of people just watch old, because there was no cancel culture. There was no, oh, you can't say that. There was none of that. And people just spoke differently. They were more free with their opinions and stupidity was revealed much earlier in conversations back then because people weren't afraid of, saying the wrong thing at every turn. So Liberace was on with, I don't know who it was. Probably like Merv Griffin, Liberace, maybe a young Robert Klein comedian, and then like some woman like Eartha Kitt. So it's like some weird grouping of like Hollywood celebrities. And it was Eartha Kitt, whoever the woman was. It was a woman. And she leaned over and she said, like, everybody, like, didn't everybody kind of know? Maybe they didn't. Like, I don't know. Did I know Liberace was gay? I think I just inherently knew Liberace was gay, but I don't know that people were like, he's gay. Because he used to always talk about how, there was only one woman in the world good enough for him. That was his mother. That was like his beard, his mom. I have to take care of mother. It's like, no, you don't. Your mother's fine. What do you mean you got to take care of your mother? He was doing that because you couldn't be gay. But I think everybody kind of thought he was gay. So in this clip, when this old actress goes, so what's your love life like? And is there a special girl? She presented it to him like that. And Liberace said, I don't have time to date. I am so busy. He was great. He was great. No idea why he was famous. He was a piano player who dressed funny. That was his entire bit. And he became a multimillionaire, Liberace. I honestly don't even know if he was a great piano player. He was a good piano player, but I know that like the billing was the greatest piano player alive. Well, how do you come to that conclusion? How is he the greatest piano? The greatest? He's a showman. I bet Jerry Lee Lewis is better. I bet you Stevie Wonder's better. What do you mean Liberace is the greatest piano player of all time? There are modern day piano virtuosos that, aren't wearing head to toe bedazzled jumpsuits, I don't know. Anyway, he got famous for it. I have no idea how he got famous. What would he do? Like before Vegas, we know him as Vegas. We know him as like a guy who's like, he makes $1 million a day in Vegas, whatever. We know he's that guy. But before, how do you get to be that guy? Like, how did he get to be famous? Did they have TV shows where they were just like, and now Liberace, and he'd come out and he'd like play a piano instrumental for 4 minutes on network TV? Are you kidding me? Oh my God! Who would watch that? Anyway, he became famous. Born on this day, Liberace, born on this day in 1919. No idea why he became famous, but he did. Right place, right time, I guess. Born on this day in 1928, Billy Martin. Oh, Billy Martin. Billy Martin. Billy Ball. I'm an old baseball nerd, so I got some hot takes on Billy Martin. Billy Martin. Yankee skipper, Oakland A's skipper. Oh, God, Detroit Tigers. He skipped for everybody. Billy was great, man. Billy, second baseman for the Yankees. Yankee favorite. As a player, Yankee royalty. Billy Martin played on those Yankee teams with Mantle and Yogi for a period of time, and Whitey and Marist, all of those guys. Like, Billy was the second baseman. Billy wasn't great, but he was a Yankee. He was a Yankee in those days, so he's got the rings and he's got the all the accomplishments. Billy was fine. Billy Martin was a fine ball player, but Billy really came into who Billy was as a manager. Billy Martin was an insane person. He was driven by demons that I've read a number of Billy Martin biographies because I loved Billy Martin. Billy Martin was, next to Whitey Ford, he was my grandpa's favorite player. So my grandpa, who, pretty much is the reason I love baseball, he used to tell me all this stuff. Billy did this and Billy. So I became a bit of a Billy Martin. He was a terrible person. Just as far as being a human being, Billy Martin was awful in every aspect of his life, except for Between the Diamonds, except for 9 innings. When Billy Martin was in the dugout managing a baseball club, and preferably the Yankees, that was the only place where he was decent at something, where you could say something positive about him. And honestly, historically speaking, we're not even certain how great a manager Billy was. We knew that Billy could fire up a team. We knew the players played for Billy, but players had Billy burnout. So Billy was the kind of guy that could only coach a team for 2 or 3 years before he's like Ozzie Guillen in that way. Before he'd get the most out of a team for 3 years, but then after 3 years, the team's like, you know what? Fuck this bullshit. Billy Martin, born on this day in 1928. He was a drunk. He was a spousal abuser. Not a racist, though. One thing that he was not. He was not a racist. And he was very upset at him being, some people sort of suggesting that the reason that he didn't get along with Reggie Jackson was because of race. And that wasn't it at all. It wasn't it. That was absolutely not it at all. Billy Martin has demonstrated over time, over his career, all that stuff, that he wasn't one of those guys. He was all about teammates, and there's only one color in the locker room. And so that's that. I guess you could say that about him. But he beat up women, and he drove fast, and he had serious violence issues. He couldn't walk into a bar and not get taken away in handcuffs. He was a thug of the highest order. Just a shit-kicking hillbilly with a lot of name, a lot of money, and a lot of name recognition. And Billy Martin he died on Christmas. Died on Christmas, of course, in a DUI accident, driving back to his family. He was like late because he was drinking in a bar. He blew off Christmas to get drunk in a bar and then begrudgingly drove back to his family and crashed and died. That's how Billy Martin went out. But man, I am telling you, one of the most entertaining baseball managers you will ever see. Entertaining baseball manager draft. No, I'm not going to do that. But certainly Billy Martin, Earl Weaver. Ozzie Guillen, absolutely. He's crazy. Anyway, and we're not going to do a Major League Baseball craziest manager draft. Maybe that's for my baseball show. For my pretend baseball show that I keep pitching to Mike Reiner. He's like, I want somebody to talk baseball with. I'm like, I'll talk baseball with you. Let's go baseball. Let's go baseball deep. So we'll do that on episode 1. Let's see. What else do we have here? Born on this day in 1937, Yvonne Craig. I can't do that. Hold on, I need a drink. I'm going to do it properly. Yvonne Craig deserves it properly. I can't do it. Never mind. I get it. I can usually do that. I don't know why my throat is dry. Yvonne Craig. Okay, whatever. Batgirl. She was Batgirl from Batman. Remember the original Batman series? She was Gordon. She was Commissioner Gordon's daughter. What was her name? Oh, she was cute, man. Remember the first time those Batman villains. What were they doing? Like, okay, so I guess Batgirl wasn't a villain. But Batgirl also wore... Did Batgirl wear blue? Yeah, she did. She wore like a dark blue, like leather skin tight. And then it was Catwomen. And I say Catwomen because there were numerous Catwomen in the Batman TV series. They wore various... I don't know. I'm trying to think of I know who my favorite Catwoman is from the original Batman series, but I don't know her name. Eartha Kitt. I mentioned Eartha Kitt. She was a Catwoman. She was not my favorite Catwoman. Who was I would have said Yvonne Craig, but Yvonne Craig was Batgirl. So anyway, moving on. Happy birthday, Yvonne Craig. Born on this day in 1944, Danny Trejo. Oh, all the meatballs love Danny Trejo. He seems like a nice guy. I'm sorry, I just don't see a lot of stupid movies. And he's the star of a lot of stupid movies. So I see him when he turns up in cool movies. And I like Danny Trejo in cool movies. But when people are like, man, Danny Trejo's my favorite actor. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Because that guy is, he's a fun character. But he's not like a great actor. What do you mean? Dude, he did this movie. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure he did. He's done like 150 movies, and most people have only seen maybe 10 of those movies. I know he does big movies, but he grinds out these low budget cable late night things. Everybody loves Danny Trejo. He seems like a wonderful guy. Although his history is a bit troubling. He was like a really bad guy for a lot of his life. And then he turned it around and now he plays a bad guy in movies, but he was a bad guy. I don't know. Happy birthday, Danny Trejo. I've said too much. Born on this day in 1953, Pierce Brosnan. Remington Steele. I used to like Pierce Brosnan. I used to think, for some reason, I've been upfront about this. I don't watch Bond movies. I'm not a big Bond movie fan, and I don't begrudge those who are, but it's just never been my thing. I like Jack Ryan. If I'm going to get into an espionage thing, then I'm going to go Jack Ryan. I'm going to go with the Jack Ryan movies. He's the American Bond. Whether we're talking Hunt for Red October, Clear and Present Danger, whatever. One of the Jack Ryan movies are the ones that I like. Patriot Games. Is that a Jack Ryan movie? I don't know. Harrison Ford. Like, remember the movie where Harrison Ford plays the president on Air Force One? And he's got to, like, fight the hijackers on Air Force One. I don't even remember what that movie's called, but it was Harrison Ford. I just consider that a Jack Ryan movie because he's playing Jack Ryan. He's basically playing Jack Ryan if Jack Ryan became president. They just didn't call him Jack Ryan. Anyway, Pierce Brosnan seemed born to play James Bond, but they wouldn't let him out. Or didn't he? He did. He played James Bond in like one movie, maybe 2 movies. I don't know. I think he finally did get his shot at Bond, but he was supposed to be Bond when Timothy Dalton got it. When Timothy Dalton got Bond in the late 80s, it was supposed to go to Pierce Brosnan, but the Remington Steel people wouldn't let him out of his contract. So, happy birthday to you, Pierce Brosnan. Oh, you know what? You know what I like about Pierce Brosnan? You want to know what I like about Pierce Brosnan? Okay, I'll tell you what I like about Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan, back in like the late 80s, married a model by the name of Keely something. I don't know. God, she was gorgeous. She is gorgeous. She is a gorgeous woman. And when you look, I mean, she was so hot back then. And when you see Pierce Brosnan and you see his wife, in 1990, maybe like when they got married on their wedding day, you're like, holy shit, is that a gorgeous couple? Fast forward all these years later, people age and people change, right? Keely doesn't look like Keely looked in 1990. As a matter of fact, she has put on an extreme amount of weight. She's a very heavy woman. She, at one point, anyway, I don't want to say that. But she put on a lot of weight. And I don't know, maybe she had a bunch of kids. It's been 30 years since she's been a supermodel, okay? So, people change. But man, Pierce Brosnan seems every bit as in love with that lady as he was. And Pierce Brosnan looks better. Pierce Brosnan looks more handsome, more chiseled, more cut than he did in 1990 when he married this gorgeous supermodel of a woman who aged appropriately and now looks like a normal woman, a little heavy-set woman, a heavy woman. She now looks like a heavy woman. She's still pretty. Like you look at her face and you're like, man, but she'd be great if she'd lose 80 pounds. She's like that. But he stayed with her. Pierce Brosnan could have anybody he wants, still to this day. If Pierce Brosnan wasn't Pierce Brosnan, if he just looked like that and was an accountant in Irving somewhere, he could still have any woman he wants, because that's a really good... And he loves his wife. Oh! Oh my God! That's absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Let's see here. Maybe he's gay. That could be it. He might be gay. She might be I don't know. I choose optimism. We have choices here. We have choices in everything that we do and everything that we think. I choose to be optimistic that he loves her. Born on this day in 1955. How about Deborah Winger? Deborah Winger. I like Deborah Winger. Deborah Winger. What happened to Deborah Winger? Deborah Winger was cool. Deborah Winger was like, yeah, I kind of dug her for like a period of time. And then do you remember when Hollywood does this? Hollywood gets somebody who comes out of nowhere. And Deborah Winger kind of came out of nowhere. She just popped. She wasn't like traditionally Hollywood glamorously beautiful and all that kind of stuff. She's just a good actress who, broke through. What did she break through in? I'm trying to think. Was it Urban Cowboy that she broke through in? Or was it Officer and a Gentleman? I don't know, whatever. She had a run of movies in a period of time where Deborah Winger was the biggest movie star in the world. She was huge. And then Hollywood did that thing that they always do where they go, we need another one. So they go out and they try and find another Deborah Winger. And they got that Sean Young. That was it. You remember Sean Young? Sean Young. She was like the spare winger. She was like, if you can, okay. So if Deborah Winger starts getting really into men and really popular and you need Deborah Winger for these movies, sometimes you can't get Deborah Winger. So then the script was written for Deborah Winger. So now what do you need? You need a Deborah Winger type. And that's where they go out. And that's how Sean Young actually talks about how she owes her entire career to the fact that they were looking for a Deborah Winger type. Deborah Winger, happy birthday, born on this day in 1955. Sean Young went nuts, though. Sean Young's crazy. Remember she was stalking, like, James Woods? They did that movie, The Boost, which is so good. I don't know if you've ever seen The Boost. Oh, it's so good. James, what's his name? Pockmarked guy. James, whatever that guy. He's such a good actor. He played a coke dealer, and Sean Young was his girlfriend. And their life as coke dealers was spinning out of control. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, she started stalking him and got James. Why can't I think of his name? James. I mean, he's not a big actor, but he's kind of famous. He was famous in the 70s. He was good. He's a good actor. James. He was in Casino. Come on. Anyway, I can't think of his name. I said his name. Didn't I say his name? I think I said his name. This is me getting old. This is me getting old before your very eyes, people. Born on this day in 1961, Kevin McDonald. Kids in the Hall. Kevin McDonald. I love him. Born on this day in 1965, Chris Novoselic. Who's Chris Novoselic? Never you mind. He's busy James Woods. Thank you, Adam. Never you mind. He's busy spending his Nirvana bag of money. He got a bag from his time with Nirvana. Chris Novoselic is now living in the woods. I don't know what he's doing. He's probably still playing. Chris Novoselic, bass player for Nirvana. Born on this day in 1966. I need a drink because this is a big one. This is a big one for me. Yeah, I just said it, the GOAT. I told you I'm getting old. Forget about things. Whoop, in one, out the other. You know what I mean? Got to make room. James Woods. Yeah. All right, here we go. Born on this day in 1966. Janet Jackson. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. I love Janet Jackson. I love you. Put a Janet Jackson song on, and I'm like, okay, here we go. That's right. Janet Jackson. No other single cultural moment sums up me going to Columbia quite like Rhythm Nation. It came out at the same time, and I remember Columbia in Chicago, and I remember walking across the campus and just seeing blocks and blocks of these Rhythm Nation posters everywhere. And I just thought, man, this is crazy. Janet Jackson. God, I love Janet Jackson. Beautiful. I mean, without a doubt, beautiful. She was beautiful at 15. She was beautiful at 20. She's beautiful at 25. Smoke show at 30. You know what I mean? Janet Jackson. Super talented without all the weirdness. It's funny because, did Janet Jackson benefit from being Janet Jackson? Absolutely, she did. Absolutely. But she wasn't Jermaine. All of that, she wasn't LaToya. You know what I mean? Like all the other Jacksons had their shot, right? They got their pitch. They were there. They were handed a bat. They were put in the game because of their brother Michael and because of the Jackson 5 and all that. So they had opportunity. And Janet Jackson fucking crushed it. Like, she's the only one who just crushed. I know Jermaine Jackson had like a hit, and I think maybe LaToya had a hit. But man, not like Janet. Janet is one of music's all-time most successful female recording artists. And that can't all be just simply because she's Michael's brother. Happy birthday, Janet! Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Born on this day in 1966. Now, here's an old head for you. Here's an old football player that needs to be mentioned because I don't think he gets the love that he deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, born on this day. Well, actually, what I want is, it sounds like I'm kissing up to my boy E now because on this day in 1966, the world was introduced to Thurman Thomas, NFL Hall of Famer, Buffalo Bill running back. Oh, there was a period of time when Thurman Thomas man, when Thurman Thomas was about as good an all-purpose running back as you could possibly want in the NFL. You want to know how great Thurman Thomas was? You know who Thurman Thomas's backup in college was? Backup! Couldn't get on the field because Thurman Thomas was in charge. Barry Sanders. That's right. Oklahoma had a backfield of Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders at the same time. Holy cow. Barry Sanders, just a little bit of a context for me. Barry Sanders is the greatest runner with the ball in his hands that I have ever seen, right? And now, I am a massive, massive Devin Hester fan. And I would argue that, there is nobody better in the open field with the ball in his hand than Devin Hester, right? All those kickoff returns for touchdowns and all that stuff. But Barry Sanders doesn't need to be in the open field. You just you just hand Barry Sanders the ball, and this little water bug, jumping around. Oh my God. He made my Bears and my Bears defenses look absolutely shit for years. So I love Barry Sanders. But man, he couldn't beat out Thurman Thomas. Thurman Thomas, the birthday boy today. Thurman Thomas, born on this day in 1966. Born on this day in 1969, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson trying to get out of his $20 million a year deal, which, by the way, let me just point out, Tucker Carlson was the most watched man on cable news. Nobody on cable news had more eyeballs staring at them every night on TV than Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson was only making $20 million a year? What? $20 million? I know, you and me, that sounds like... Tucker Carlson should have been making over $100 million a year. How is he not? Howard Stern makes over $100 million a year, and nobody listens to him. Tucker Carlson was only making $20 million a year, which is why I can completely understand why we're hearing all these stories about how he's trying to get out of this deal. Because he knows, as soon as he's out of that deal, he's going to make 10 times that. That's not, Now, if you didn't have the opportunities that he seems to have waiting for him, you might want to sit on the beach for a couple of years and ride out that free $20 million. But no, man, not when you're looking, strike when the iron's hot. He's got news organizations promising him equity in the entire corporate monolith. I mean, come on. $20 million a year for Tucker Carlson at Fox is not an absurd amount of money. That's quarterback. That's not great quarterback. That's decent quarterback in the NFL money. That's not great quarterback. Patrick Mahomes makes 45, right? So that's 20 million. That's a wide receiver. That's a really good. That's a number one wide receiver, maybe 20 million. I don't know. He's the most watched man on cable news, one of the most influential people on the planet, and Fox News was only paying him 20 million. Now, I know that his career took off in the last 4 years with Trump, so maybe he signed that deal before he was the most watched person. But I mean, it's a great deal, don't get me wrong. $20 million a year is great. But Jesus, they were making like $1 billion a year off his show, and he's only making $20 million? I'm like, you're making $1 billion, you got to give me $200 million of that. Come on now. Born on this day in 1973, Tori Spelling. Oh, you don't even with me, Tori Spelling. Don't even. Tori Spelling, okay, so we're all familiar with the whole Nepo baby situation, right? Everybody's up in arms about, why do we got all these celebrity kids now being famous themselves? Because it's the family business. And you know what? You're just going to have to get used to that. That's been happening since the Barrymores, since John Wilkes Booth Jr. first took the stage. No, I don't know. But it's a family business, right? If you're an actor, your children might be, so that's fine. I understand that. Tori Spelling, however, is different. Tori Spelling was cast in 90210, which her dad, Aaron Spelling, was the executive producer of. Now, it was a hot show, and every young actress in Hollywood wanted to get a slot on this because it was rumored to be something that was going to be big, and it was. So Tori Spelling, who hadn't acted, she had just taken a couple of acting class. She said, Daddy, I want to be a TV star. And Daddy was like, okay, I got this new. And then the mom, this is how the story goes. The mom was like, Aaron, you should really give Tori a chance on that new show. And Aaron Spelling was like, Oh my God. And they're coming at, right, he's just getting beaten down by it. So as Tori Spelling would tell the story, and by the way, she would tell this story like 20 years ago. Like, remember 90210 was like in the 90s. So like years after 90210, yet still like decades in the past from where we are now, she would tell this story about how she got the role and how she had to go for her first audition. Check out this bullshit that we all sat and listened to her say. She probably said it on Entertainment Tonight or something in 1997. And we all just went, that makes sense. Even though it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. She told the story of, I went for my audition and I had to wear a disguise. I was wearing glasses and I was wearing a wig and nobody knew who I was. But your name was Tori Spelling. Tori Spelling here for her audition. You don't think anybody in the office there at the casting director, nobody, you don't think anybody knew that Aaron's daughter was coming by? Her name is, but I had to wear an outfit and they didn't know who I was. Look, I don't mind the whole Nepo baby thing because, as I say, it's a family business. But that's some bullshit right there. For you to then sort of stolen valor. That's what she was doing. She was trying to make it seem like I did not use my family's connections to get through it. Now, you know who didn't use their family's connections? Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage didn't use his family connections. You know who didn't use his family connections? Emilio Estevez. Emilio Estevez didn't use his family connections. He went as far outside. You know who did? Charlie Sheen, his brother. That's right. And that's why Charlie Sheen is a much bigger star than Emilio Estevez. Because Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez are, of course, brothers. Martin Sheen is their father. Charlie Sheen is not their name. Their name is Estevez. Emilio was like, I want to be an actor, but I don't want to use Dad's name. I want to do it on my own. And he went, and he made it for a while. And then Charlie Sheen was like, yeah, I think it'd be easier if I just called myself Sheen. And Charlie Sheen is now a much bigger star than his brother. But she went with the name. She went with the name Tori Spelling. Nobody knew who I was. You're at the casting offices of Aaron Spelling and, you know, the casting director who is about to give you your audition, who has no idea who you are, also happens to have babysat you for 5 years because she's worked for your dad for 20 years. But she doesn't know who you are because you're wearing a big nose and glasses. Oh, you tricked us all, Tori Spelling. Born on this day in 1977, Melanie Lynskey. Melanie Lynskey. You know who Melanie Lynskey is? Oh, she's just adorable. I just love me some Melanie Lynskey. First discovered Melanie Lynskey on, I think it was an HBO show called Togetherness. HBO's got a bunch of shows. You can go, if you got HBO Max, just go into this series. Togetherness. Mark Duplass and Melanie Lynskey. Togetherness. I think it ran for like 2 or 3 seasons. You know, a couple. About a couple, a young married couple. It is so good. It is another one of these shows that nobody, but everybody who has seen Togetherness is like, God, that show is so fucking good, isn't it? Like, yeah, that show's great. Nobody knows it. That's where I first came to know who Melanie Lynskey was from Togetherness. Come to learn she's a New Zealander. And then you hear her in her, in her interviews, and she's, "G'day, mate. Hey, she's from New Zealand, yeah." You know, she's like, it's like that. And it's like, that's not Melanie Lynskey. Yellow Jackets. She's one of the stars of Yellow Jackets. I just watched her play Betty Gore in the Hulu miniseries Candy about Candy Montgomery. She played the victim who got hit with an axe 41 times in Candy on Hulu. Melanie Lynskey celebrating a birthday today. I love her. She is a doll. Oh, also Last of Us. She was in an episode of The Last of Us this year. Maybe she was in more, but I only saw the one episode that she was in. She played the leader of like an underground. She was like a really dark, violent sort of queen of the sewers. Kind of a deal. Kind of post-apocalyptic, Xena warrior princess. Melanie Lynskey celebrating a birthday today. Love her. Also celebrating a birthday today, born in 1986. Melanie Lynskey, born in 77, by the way. Born on this day in 1986, Megan Fox. Megan Fox. How old is Megan Fox? Megan Fox, 1986. Okay, so it's going to be 30, 34, 35, 36. 37 years old. So Megan Fox is a 10 out of 10, right? Megan Fox at 23 was a 15 out of 10, right? Megan Fox is now age. If it hadn't happened for Megan Fox yet, I guess she's not going to be a big star, right? She's just kind of, she's the chick who bent over the truck in the original Transformers movies. And everybody went, who's that? Never really happened for her. She never became like a big star. She's always just, it's going to be harder for her too. You know what she will? At like 47, she'll end up, she'll play the mom on some sitcom. And it'll be like, oh, look who's back. What up? She'll win Emmys. So maybe it ain't over for you. See, I choose to be optimistic. I choose to be positive about what's happening. Hold on, what else do we have here? Let's see. Bum. Hold on, give me a second here. I gotta refresh this. Give us a second. 1 second, please. I just had to add that really quick. All right, Megan Fox, 1986. There you go. That concludes our birthdays. Yeah, I like Mark Duplass. Mark Duplass is good. She couldn't have been in too much stuff way before Togetherness, because she's not that old. She was a star in Australia. She was on Australian, like a soap opera or something, but I don't know. That's Adam. So remember earlier I told you one of the things that I like about Adam? Now I'm going to tell you one of the things I don't like about Adam. Adam is a one-upper. Adam will not accept your contention and move on. Adam will accept your contention as a challenge and then try and somehow add something that makes him look better than you. This is why I can't be in relationships, because I've been in too much therapy. I break everything down. And people are like, you're really fucking annoying. I go, yeah, I am. And your need to point out how annoying I am is really just you being confused at how to respond properly to the situation. That's how I do. That's why I'm divorced twice. That shit gets old, let me tell you. That's why I'm now doing a stream in a closet. And I couldn't be happier, let me tell you. Oop, hold on a second. I love how my friends send me mass texts during my show, because my friends can't really be bothered to actually listen to the show, because, you know. Hold on. Okay. All right. Sorry. All right, let's move on now. Let's move on to, here we go. Next segment. These are the people who died. These are the people who died. Do we care? That's what we answer. We answer that question. First off, dead on this day in 1957. Elliot Ness, American federal agent. Oh, he was a G-man in Hoover's corrupt FBI. Elliot Ness, he was glorified. See, Hoover had a deal with Hollywood, where Hoover wouldn't expose all of the gay and all of the weed smoking and all of the stuff that Hoover had on some of the biggest stars in Hollywood. And in return for Hoover not telling everybody that, Liberace's gay, stuff like that. In return for Hoover not doing that, Hollywood would go out of their way to depict Hoover's FBI as basically like Superman, Clark Kent. All good all the time. You would never see a depiction of a corrupt FBI agent. None of that shit ever happened until Hoover died. Hoover died in 1972. It was only after that you started seeing depictions of shady FBI guys in movies and TV shows because it was not allowed. It was not allowed under an agreement that Hoover was sitting on a big stack of shit. You know, he was about to embarrass a whole lot of people with leaking stuff to the press, pictures of dudes kissing dudes in 1968. You know what I mean? Shit that would have ended careers. So they played ball. And Elliot Ness was one of the great benefactors of that. Elliot Ness died of cancer very young. When did he, well, he died, here we go. Well, he died on this day in 1957. Elliot Ness died of cancer very young. And because he died of cancer and because of his work in Chicago with Al Capone and trying to get him and the Untouchables and all that stuff, he was basically deified by Hollywood under the deal that Hoover, but really Elliot Ness was not. The true story of Elliot Ness is nothing like the story of the Untouchables, and he is a suspicious individual on a lot of levels that we were never really told about because of the way the FBI was particular. So here's the question. Elliot Ness died on this day. Do we care? No, we don't, because he's like Joan of Arc. He's another one of these people that was just, it was a deal between Hollywood and the FBI to create superheroes, and Elliot Ness was one of the superheroes that was created even though he didn't really deserve it. So no, we don't care. Dead on this day in 1984, Andy Kaufman, American actor, comedian, and screenwriter. Andy Kaufman. First of all, let's just cut to the chase. Do we care? Yes, we care. Andy Kaufman was crazy fun. Crazy fun. I don't know if I say crazy fun. I don't know if Andy Kaufman was insane. I think there was some extracurricular mental things going on there, but I don't know if he was crazy. Certainly don't think of him as being dangerous or anything like that. He was funny. He was funny as hell, man. He was just, he saw the world comedically through a completely different lens. A lens, okay, you guys got to stop it. That's James, and they just take me off this fucking thread. Jesus Christ. Hold on. There's like a group text going on between James and Emil. It's going off in my ears like every... You know what? I'm just going to let it pass. I'm going to let it pass. Do you know why I'm going to let it pass? Because this moment, I wasn't thinking it through. I was going to send a mean text. And I thought it through. You son of a bitch! They're still doing it. Maybe I'm going to send that mean text. That's ego. The ego is driving me to send a mean text right now. And I'm gonna jump on that ego. I'm gonna throw a saddle on it. I'm gonna ride it back over into the stables, and we're gonna move on with the show. Because that's the only I am feeling offended that I'm being interrupted by my friends. So I'm gonna be a dick about it. That's my ego making me be a dick. See, look at me. Too much therapy. Is there any such thing as too much therapy? I haven't been to a therapist in 10 years. But I retain all this stuff. All right, oh, the dog's going nuts. You hear the dog? Andy Kaufman, do we care? Yeah, we care. He was great. He was so funny. He was so weird. Dead on this day in 1990, Sammy Davis Jr., American singer, dancer, and actor. Who can make the sun rise? There was a period of time in America when everybody could do a Sammy Davis Jr. impression. It was all based on Billy Crystal's, but it's still, everybody could do a Sammy Davis Jr. impression. Myself included, although, not so much anymore. Sammy Davis Jr. seemed like a good dude. He was a drug addict. He loved cocaine, chain smoking and drinking and partying and all that kind of stuff. But he seemed like a good dude. Like, Sammy seems like the kind of guy, if you walked into a Rat Pack party, like, you'd want to go find Sammy. You'd want to go hang out with Sammy. Sammy would probably be with the most interesting people, Frank's being a dick somewhere. Dean's not even there. Dean showed up early, walked through the room, said hello to everybody, and nobody saw him again. So Sammy's the one you want to hang out with. Sammy Davis Jr., he died on this day in 1990. Do we care? Yeah, we care. Yeah, we do. We care about Sammy. Dead on this day in 1990, same day as Sammy Davis Jr. Oh my God, look at this. This is quite the dark day. Quite the dark day for America, huh? On this day in 1990, we lost Sammy Davis Jr. We also lost, guys, I'm not even going to say, do we care? Yes, we care. Jim Henson. Jim Henson and Sammy Davis Jr. both died on the same day. What a dark day. What? That day kind of sucked. That's not fun. That is not fun at all. Dead on this day in 2010. Here's another one. Here's another one that we're gonna have to talk about. Dead on this day in 2010. He was like 4'8". He was tiny. He was really tiny. He may have been elfin. He may have some elfin genetics. We're talking about Ronnie James Dio. Rainbow, Black Sabbath. Ronnie James Dio. He was like 5 foot nothing. I liked Ronnie James Dio. Here's what I didn't know about Ronnie James Dio. I just always assumed he was British. I didn't know. I like knew who he was for like 20 years, thinking he was just like some British metal guy. He's not. Ronnie James Dio. I think he's from Houston, actually. I think he's a Texan, but he's like 5'2". Ronnie James Dio, dead on this day in 2010. Do we care? Yeah, we care. Yeah, we care. Dio was cool. There's nothing wrong with him. He was fun. Dead on this day in 2012. Is that you, dog? You want to come in? The dog is like lurking around the outside of the closet studio that I'm doing the show in. Dead on this day in 2012. All right, this one I got to tell you a little story. You may not know who this guy is, but this is a really great story. So Kevin Hickey died on this day in 2012. Kevin Hickey was a baseball player. He was a professional baseball player. He was a pitcher. Played for a couple of teams. Played about 6 years in Major League Baseball. Nothing great. He had one really good season. And then, 5 not so great seasons. And he was out of the league after 2 teams in 6 years. But here's the interesting thing about Kevin Hickey. Kevin Hickey was a kid. Kind of like a troublemaker, kind of like a juvenile delinquent on the south side of Chicago, in the Irish neighborhoods there around Marquette Park. He was always getting in trouble. He was getting busted and all that kind of stuff. Dropped out of school, didn't even get a GED, nothing like that. He didn't care. He was a kid. He was a kid of the late 60s, early 70s, kind of a stoner, kind of a burnout. But here's who he also was. Did you guys ever see the Bad News Bears? Kevin Hickey is the real live Kelly Leak. That's right, Kelly Leak, riding the dirt bike in the outfield, smoking a cigarette with the mitt. That's who Kevin Hickey was. Kevin Hickey was the real live Kelly Leak. I'm telling you, they gotta make a movie about this guy's life. It would be so crazy. So Kevin Hickey played beer league 16-inch softball at the softball fields around Chicago. And he was really good. He was like 16-inch softball is a Chicago game. It's a softball that's about this big. And some scout just happened to be at a 16-inch softball game. And he saw this Kevin Hickey and he went, huh. And the White Sox just so happened to have been doing these tryouts that week. So the scout said, hey kid, just, I know this is crazy, but why don't you come try out? Why don't you come try out for the White Sox? And this is like some dirtbag 22-year-old kid, playing in a beer league softball thing and he made the fucking team. He made the team as a reliever and he was good. I mean, not great, but he was like, holy crap, where did this kid come from? And then he never materialized into anything. But he got he got 6 years in Major League Baseball, 6 years in the show, which is more than, a bunch of career minor leaguers would kill to have. He's a bit of an icon now, where he's from. He doesn't pay for a drink anywhere. Well, actually, he doesn't pay for a drink anywhere because he's dead. That's why we're talking about it. But he died on this day in 2012. I'm not sure how he died, but what a fascinating individual. Kevin Hickey, he's dead. Do we care? Yeah, I do. I'm telling you, I want to write that movie. That movie's just like this broken down, burnout jock, stealing TVs and stuff out of the back. He's just a dirtbag, but he's Kelly Leak. He's Kelly Leak from the Bad News Bears. He's a freaking standout athlete. And he's also a world-class criminal, or like a dirtbag. Not even world-class. He's more like a petty criminal, but whatever. So Kevin Hickey died on this day in 2012. Dead on this day in 2013. Didn't know this guy was dead. Dick Trickle. We, for years and years, that was one of the fun names of NASCAR. Dick Trickle. They got a guy named Dick Trickle. Isn't that a fun name? He's dead. I didn't know he was dead. Did you know that Dick Trickle was dead? I didn't know Dick Trickle died. Dick Trickle died on this day in 2013. Do we care? Well, the man's name brought a lot of smiles to our faces, so I'm going to say yes. We absolutely do care about Dick Trickle. All right, folks, that's going to do it for this segment. We like to call it Erstwhile on the show. Let me remind you once again that we are brought to you by our friends at Sacred Oils. They have stepped up and helped out with this month. Sacred Oils, when you call or go into Sacred Oils, if you want to try the CBD thing, I'm telling you, man, get yourself... There is a difference between CBD that you will take for things like rest and relaxation and, achy bones and, the creams and all that stuff is good. The CBD cream that I got for my ankle, it made my ankle swelling go down really quick. There's that. That's the CBD category. Then there's the other things. That they have there, the edibles, which are edibles. And then they have the flower. You can buy the flower, which is a Delta-8 legal hemp derivative. It's all, you'll be blown away. Get the vape pens. They've got vape pens, all the things that all the things that you are looking for that you maybe used to acquire illegally, you can now get legally. It is, I know. Trust me on this. I always use James Parker. James Parker was the guy who, when we were first talking about these vape pens that you can buy at these legal pens that you can buy, James was like, yeah, well, it's just like a lesser quality. It's a lower quality. That was what he assumed the deal was. That was about a month ago. James is exclusively buying these vape pens now. He's like, it's not lesser quality. It's not. Can't explain it. Don't know how it's legal. Happy that it is. Let's move forward. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, whether the therapeutic and the oils and the stuff for achy bones and arthritis and all that stuff, the anxiety stuff that they can give you, or if you just want, the Delta-8s, and you just want to get the giggles and relax and Netflix and chill, they've got all of that. And if you tell them Pugs20 at checkout, 20% off. So look, this is a really good deal for you here. If you're interested, you're hearing it advertised everywhere. Everybody's talking about the CBDs and all that stuff. You're hearing it elsewhere. Buy at Sacred Oils. Help out the show. That's where you're going to, and you're going to get 20% off. 13740 Midway Road. That's 13740 Midway Road. That's going to be 522, Suite 522. It's right there off Midway Road. You can't miss it. The sign is right there. It's like, it's in this like really nice strip mall. 13740 Midway Road. All right. Thank you to our friends at Sacred Oils. Pugs20. Pugs20. None of you have, yeah. So, appreciate it. But, whoa, what else do we have? Also, yes, and still tip the show if you can help out. I know I gotta say this at certain points throughout the show because repetition is what works, and it's the only way the show stays on. And you know how much I hate doing it, so it's a labor for both of us. So just go ahead, get it over with, and support the show if you can. If you can't, that's fine. That's fine. All right, let's get into all the things that are trending today, shall we? Actually, I got to go let the dog in. So we'll take a quick break. We'll take a very quick break, and I will be right back. Okay, you guys talk amongst yourselves. Jesus, we've been on for an hour and a half. We've been on for an hour and a half, and I haven't even gotten to the trending topics yet. How incredible is that? Thank you, Frank. Frank can repeat it in the chat room. That helps out. An hour and a half. All right, so let me go handle the dog. Like a minute or two. Trust me, it'd be like a quick commercial break. Be right back. Why is James's picture there? I don't like the James's. How do I change James's? Oh, I don't have time for this. I do not have time. This is just another irritant. It's my ego being offended again. My God. Why is his picture there? Come on in. Ta-da! Okay, that wasn't so bad, right? I apologize for that. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, let me get that. So let me, while we have a moment here, and again, we're in no big hurry today. So, excuse me. So chat room, better, right? I mean, at the very least, doesn't it look a little bit better than the old studio? I mean, I know that we've got a light issue, and we're gonna work on that. We're gonna try and figure out what the light issue is. How is the sound? Does the sound sound good? It looks a little better in the background, right? Here, oh, you know what we got here? Here, check this out. These pictures back here, these are some awesome pictures. Okay, so this house, I've talked a lot over the past couple of years about where we do this show from. We call it lovingly the One Percenter Compound in beautiful downtown Highland Park, Texas. We are not in downtown Highland Park, Texas. We're actually in Highland Park, Texas. I don't know where downtown Highland Park, Texas is. Maybe that would be the corner of Preston and Mockingbird. I don't know. But this house, look at this. This is the house that we're in as it looked in 1938. Now, the cool ass thing about this house is that it was designed, it's a one of a kind, and it was designed by some like famous architect, and it was built for, so it's got a name. You know, like when a house has a name, like houses don't have names. This is known as the Rose House, and apparently it's listed in like architectural stuff. But anyway, this is what the house looked like in 1938. Now, this is why it's amazing, because most people look at this house and you say, what year was this house built? And they'll say mid 70s or maybe late 60s. Maybe it's like, it looks like what they thought the future would look like in 1968. This house was built in 1938. That's how ahead of its time it was. This is what the house looked like back when it was first built, back in 1938. I mean, it looks quite different now, but that's what these pictures are back here. Yes, let me put that back. Yeah, there you go. So a little something more. Ugh. Turn that properly. A little more information for you about our. All right, shaded from other. Yeah, I know. We got to do something with this. Let me lower this. You know what I can do? I'm not really worried about the visual at the moment. We'll get the camera. We'll get the camera stuff fixed. We'll figure that out. Oh, look, you see some of the sound dampening. See that? See that? That's one of my things. All right. This is a rich person's walk-in closet. I had to hang that there. The closet goes back even further. This place is huge. You could live in, this is literally a bedroom. This walk-in closet in the master bedroom is literally the size of bed. It's certainly the size of most college dorm rooms. You could certainly put 2 college dorm beds in here and 2 desks I mean, crazy. But yeah, so we're trying to dampen the sound as best we can because it's all very cavernous. All right. Nah, I'm not trying to get swatted. You know why? Because even the addresses are different. That's one of the funny things about the house when it was built. Like if you saw that picture, and is there an address on it? Oh, I don't see an address. Anyway, the streets are named different. Like they're different names from when it was built. And you know what, Byron? Honestly, trying to get swatted, I would consider it an honor were I to be swatted. That'd be the best thing that's ever happened to us. We don't get anything. I mean, obviously there's not going to be any credence to it because, you know, I don't think I'm doing anything illegal. I mean, maybe I'm underperforming as a man, but, you know, I don't really think that's illegal, right? I don't know. All right. Let's get into all the things that are trending today. Let's jump into, it also looks very old Florida. The house, yeah, it's very weird. I don't know. It certainly doesn't look 1938. So here's another one here. Oh my God, this is crazy. This one is really crazy. All right, when is this from? Okay. All right, this one is really crazy because the house next to it is completely different now. Like There, that's another one. That doesn't really look like. It kind of looks like. I don't know. Anyway, I like these cool old pictures. And I think they add a nice little ambiance to what we got going on here. This pillow back here. Like we got this brown pillow here. We got another brown pillow over here. Those are just to deaden sound. That's all. And and they don't look terrible. They don't look terrible. You want terrible, you just look that way or look that way, and you'll see all of this bad stuff. All right, let's get into it. Let's find out all of the things that are happening here on today's show. First and foremost, let's get it started. All right, here we go. How about this? How about your Dallas Stars? Ladies and gentlemen, the Dallas Stars taking down the Vegas Knights. 7 games. They'll now move on to... No. They took down the Seattle Kraken, and now we're heading up to take on the Vegas Knights. This is like crazy. So Western Conference Finals. This is great. Good for the Stars. This is fun. You're just, you're one series away from being in the Stanley Cup. But man, the NHL can't catch a break. Or maybe they can. Maybe they can. I don't know. I guess I'd have to look at the numbers. But the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference... You've got Dallas versus Vegas. And then in the Eastern Conference, you've got Carolina versus Florida. The great hockey meccas of Carolina and Florida. The great hockey mecca of Las Vegas. Dallas is not a hockey mecca. I mean, Dallas has done well with the Stars. But historically speaking, you don't think of like NHL hockey. You don't think of Dallas the way you think of Toronto or New York or Boston or Detroit. Those are like the hockey cities you think of. But I'll tell you what's really interesting about this Stanley Cup finals that we're seeing here, the East and the West. You're seeing 4 teams that didn't exist when the Minnesota North Stars relocated to Dallas. When the Minnesota North Stars left Dallas, that was a huge thing. It was really a big thing, and it was quite a gamble, and it was a test. It was a test to see exactly whether or not the NHL could expand outside of established Rust Belt major northern cities. And Dallas was the Deep South, and they took the North Stars away. Do you have any idea how important hockey is in Minnesota? Minnesota is like the hockey capital of America, and they took the Minnesota North Stars out of Minnesota and moved them down to Dallas. Now, I contend that looking at this year's 2023 hockey finals, Stanley Cup finals, East and West, I contend that none of those teams, whether we're talking about Carolina, Florida, or Las Vegas, none of those teams exist if the people of Dallas didn't get behind the Dallas Stars back when they moved here. Now, it helped that 2 years later they won their first cup, right? That was a big deal. If you're going to be an expansion team in a southern market where people really don't grow up playing hockey the way they do in other places, you're going to be an expansion team. You can't suck for 10 years if you want the league to then grow into other southern markets. You can't. You got to win right away. And the Dallas Stars won right away. This town went nuts. And that's why you had the Florida expansion, why you have Carolina expansion. So this Stanley Cup, the way this is shaping up, this is really interesting because you've got the Dallas Stars, who were really the first team that didn't belong in hockey. They were like, what? A team in Texas? They don't play hockey in Texas. That was the attitude when the Minnesota North Stars moved and became the Dallas Stars. That was the attitude. And now here in 2023, you've got an actual Stanley Cup Finals where, and it doesn't matter if it's a team from the West or a team from the East, you've got Stanley Cup Finals in 2023 that is going to be entirely representative of the success of hockey in Dallas. The fact that hockey became successful in Dallas with the Dallas Stars is why there is hockey teams in Florida. It's why there is a hockey team in Carolina. Dallas did that. So we've already won. That's how I look at it. We have already won. Some big breaking news from earlier today, also in sports. Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers has been fired. The 76ers have, this comes from Adrian Wojciechowski, breaking, the 76ers have dismissed coach Doc Rivers on Tuesday, sources tell ESPN. Rivers led the Sixers to the Eastern Conference semifinals in each of his 3 seasons on the job. Doc Rivers is a tremendous basketball coach. I have no doubt that if Doc Rivers wants to coach again, he can. But does he need it? I mean, Philadelphia, I can't sit here and blame the situation in Philadelphia on Doc Rivers extensively. I just can't. Philadelphia seems to have been, as a team, over the course of the past 5 years, just a complete weird-ass dumpster fire. You've got Embiid. You should be able to build. Embiid is a generational player. You should be able to build a multi-championship quality team around him, and they haven't been able to. I don't know that that's necessarily Doc Rivers' fault, but, you know, after this happening, you make it to the finals 3 seasons in a row and you don't advance, something needs to be done, and Doc Rivers is gone. Farmington, New Mexico is trending today. There was a shooting in Farmington, New Mexico yesterday. Here's why I'm mentioning it, because the videos that are going around of it are just really so strange. This is such a weird one. You know, I always talk about these shootings is I've got these boxes in my head. I compartmentalize each shooting, right, as they're happening. I'm like, okay, all right, this one I understand. This is a guy who just got fired, and he walked into the office and he killed all the people that he knows and all the people that he hated from the job he just got fired from. Okay, that goes in this box. I can understand that mass shooting. I'm repulsed by them all and horrified, but at least this is how I understand. Oh, this one here. This is a dude who is going through a divorce, and he shows up at the family party and he kills a whole bunch. Okay, I get that. That's not. And then you've got the one where the dude shows up at the mall and just starts emptying clips into strangers. That random one. I hate that one. That's the one. That's the one that I'm always on the lookout for. We got this one yesterday in Farmington, New Mexico. And I don't know what this one is. This is a new one. Here, let me give you the body count and the totals here. Farmington community in mourning after deadly shooting. Let's see. He reported the suspect. The suspect is an 18-year-old male. How many are dead? 4 are dead, including the suspect. 2 police officers are in a hospital. 2 police officers were shot, listed in stable condition. So here's what we got. We got 3 innocent civilians dead. We got the shooter dead. We got 2 cops who are in stable condition at a local hospital who were shot by this guy. And then we've got 9 other people who are in the hospital with gunshot wounds. Okay, so it's a real one. It's somebody who's just spraying people. This is why I say this Farmington one is a new one on me. This dude didn't go to a mall. Dude didn't go to a music festival. He didn't show up at a movie theater. He didn't go to a church. He didn't go to a school. Although a church is involved, but I don't know to what degree at this point. This dude apparently was just walking down the street, well-armed, multiple weapons. He had a Glock, he had an AR, he had all kinds of magazines. A extended clip is one of the things that somebody saw. And I watched the video. There was some video, when this was happening yesterday, there was some video that was circulating in real time of somebody across the street filming this happening before the shooter was dead. So I saw the shooter. I saw what he was doing. That video cannot be found. I was going to try and show it here today, but it cannot be found. And honestly, I'm afraid to try a video because everything is working so well right now. I'm really afraid to try a video. Anyway, this dude was just walking down the street, pacing between 2 different corners on this main road, shooting at houses, shooting at people in windows at houses, shooting at cars as they drove by. And the video was taken by somebody in a house across the street who was just filming him. And this dude was on the property at this point. Now, I don't know if this is where he stayed. Police said that he was walking up and down the street. I don't know if he stayed on this property for long, but he was on a property of a church, some church. And apparently there were bodies laying in the driveway of the church. So I don't know if he shot a couple of people showing up at the church. 18 years old, no rhyme, no reason. Here, I'll give you the details as the police are putting them out there. Farmington, New Mexico. On Monday, Farmington experienced what many are calling a tragedy. A shooting left 4 people dead. What the fuck kind of writing is that? KRQE News? Layla Freeman, Jessica Barron, and Alexa Skonieski. Which one of you idiots wrote that horrible sentence? On Monday, Farmington experienced what many are calling a tragedy. No, they experienced a tragedy. There's dead people on the ground. That's a tragedy. That's not just what many are calling it. I don't get it. A shooting left 4 people dead, including the suspect, and left several others wounded and in hospitals. Farmington Police Chief Steve Heeb described the shooting as horrific. Heeb reported the suspect, an 18-year-old male, shot at 6 houses and 3 cars in what appears to be a completely random act of mayhem. He also said the suspect fired from 3 different weapons, including an AR-style rifle. This is the police officer. Prior to the suspect being killed, 3 civilians were killed and 6 others were injured, including 2 police officers. All right, now these are different numbers than we had last night. Okay, so let's get this number. When was this story posted? Okay, let me see. Is this updates? Updated May 16th, 10:40. Okay, so this is as of this morning. So we're going to go with this number. Prior to the suspect being killed, 3 civilians were killed, 6 others were injured, including 2 police officers. In honor of the victims and their families, a vigil was held outside Hills Church. Multiple statements have been released about the fatal incident. Okay, I don't care about political statements by the governor. Anyway, there you have it. Farmington, New Mexico. Never heard of Farmington, New Mexico before. Apparently, it's like up there in the northwest corner of the state. Jamie Foxx. We're going to talk about Jamie Foxx again. We've been talking about him a little bit over the past couple of weeks since he mysteriously went into the hospital with what family was calling medical complications. And we're like, question, what does that mean? And they're like, it means that he's having complications medically. Question. I don't know what that means. So they were vague. They were very vague. Now, Jamie Foxx is a pretty private individual. He's not a guy that, has always been like, look who I'm dating. He's never been that guy. So, when he wanted to keep his medical stuff private, that was totally in keeping with who we've come to know as Jamie Foxx. So nobody was shocked. But, he's an A-lister. He's a global superstar. He's one of the biggest stars in the world. Jamie Foxx is going to be hounded by the press. So they wanted to know stuff. And there was nothing. There was nothing coming out. Got to the point where some unscrupulous actors engaging in some tabloid journalism, they were doing clickbait stories that they were putting out there. Jamie Foxx is near death. Family wants people to pray. That was going around. Why? Because there was an absence of any real information. And in that vacuum, bad actors are going to emerge. If there's clicks to be had by telling people, if people want to know about Jamie Foxx, and there's clicks to be had by me telling them about Jamie Foxx, I'm going to pretend to tell them about Jamie Foxx. I'm just going to make that shit up because them clicks are real. And that's what happened. So the family was compelled a couple of days back to come out and say, hey, look, we're getting tired of all this stuff that we're reading in the press. All right, just leave us alone. He's fine. He played pickleball yesterday. So that was 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago when that story came out. And I think we all went, well, isn't that wonderful? Okay, very good. That's we did. You're right. We didn't know anything. We have to go by what the family says because they're closest to it, and we're going to go with them. They're there. And the family says he's playing pickleball. The man is playing pickleball. Everything's fine. Let's all move on. Hold on. Hold on, because now there's more. She went after the media. I said this at the time. I was like, Jamie Foxx's daughter, don't go after the media like this. They'll just come for you now. They'll come for you now. The media, these people, they're not humans. They are machines. And you have now challenged them. You have now blamed them for something that was caused by your own refusal to give any kind of information. Well, she doesn't have to give information. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Her dad's Jamie Foxx. She does. Well, I think that they should have a right to privacy. And I think they shouldn't have 15 homes and 3 yachts. But, that comes with the whole thing being a global celebrity. You get the yachts and you get the homes, and then you've got to do things that regular Joe the plumber doesn't have to do. Like give a press conference when you have chest pains, right? That comes along with being a celebrity. So let's stop playing this dumb game where they're just normal people and they want their privacy. No. They know what they signed up for, and they understand that it's going to be different for them should they find themselves in the situation they're in right now. God love his daughter, that's fine, but you just poked the bear. You took your stick and you stuck it right in the beehive, and now the media is going, and guess what? Now we've actually got some information, because whereas maybe they were respecting your privacy in the past, and some bad actors acting as media were putting out some bullshit stories, that got you mad, then you attacked the whole media. Well, now you've got like legitimate news organizations going, well, it looks like we got to look into this now. Looks like we got to get the real story, because the story that's been circulating is not the real story. All right, so what is the real story? What is happening? Well, we are learning some things. Jamie Foxx is reportedly in a rehab facility. So he's not in a hospital. He's not in a hospital down in Atlanta where he was. He was admitted almost a month ago with medical complications. So he's not there. He's in a rehab facility in Chicago. So that's where they've trapped. He's gone to a special rehab facility in Chicago. I don't know if any of my Chicago people are here in the chat room, but that place that we hear in the Chicago area on radio and TV. I think it's called like the Brain Institute. It's a woman's name. It's like the Margaret Olson Brain Center or whatever. That's where he is. That's where he is. And they're calling it a rehab facility. But people in Chicago know that this is a place where people with brain damage go to learn how to walk again and stuff like that. I wish I had the name. Let's say I said, I saw Mrs. Beller was in there. Maybe she knows. The Margaret Collins, whatever. I don't know. It's something like that. But it's a very highly regarded brain institute for people who suffer these kinds of injuries. Jamie Foxx's hospital stay was widely known due to the media coverage it received. However, the singer, nor anyone representing him, has commented on what affliction, landed the movie star in his hospital bed. But now some details are emerging about the, quote, mystery illness that the actor went through. Jamie Foxx was hospitalized last month in Atlanta. Now, it's reported that the 55-year-old actor is undergoing physical rehabilitation in Chicago. Fox's family members, which included his daughters Corinne Foxx and Annalisa Bishop, were seen visiting him at the Chicago rehab facility. So now the media's got you, man. Now the media's following the daughter everywhere because they know the daughter's going to go see dad. So now they got her walking into this. The first time a report of Fox's hospitalization came out was on April the 12th. People had no clue as to why the actor had been hospitalized, as the 55-year-old prefers to live a private life and refused to divulge any information about what landed him there. So we didn't know. Everybody wanted to ask questions because everybody likes him. He's beloved. It was on May 3rd when Foxx himself broke his silence by posting on Instagram about how he appreciated the support he was receiving. Appreciate all the love, feeling blessed, Foxx wrote in the caption, followed by a few emojis. Isn't that interesting? He wrote, somebody wrote a statement from him on Instagram. Instagram typically is about pictures. TikTok, why not a video? If you really want to make us all feel, let's see a video of you, right? He didn't want to do a video. He's not comfortable with the video, so he had somebody write it. Somebody dictated it. That's all we know. When a text message is placed on his Instagram, we don't know that he sat there and authored it himself or whatever. He could have been laying in a bed saying, tell him this, So that's not reassuring that he's writing things on Instagram saying, I feel great. Well, you're a movie star. You've never shied away from a camera before. How about jump in front? How about do a quick little selfie with, but you don't want to do that. And that's fine. But it does lead the rest of us to think, okay, so maybe there is something going on here. It was on May 3rd when Fox himself broke his silence by posting on Instagram, feeling blessed. Thank you for all the love, he wrote in the caption, followed by a few emojis. According to reports from TMZ, the movie star has been in the rehab facility since late April. So he has been in this brain rehab facility since the end of April. It is now the middle. It's now the middle of May. According to reports, so that's where it all comes. Well, he's still in the hospital. And then, the daughter was like, he's not in the hospital because technically he's not. He's in a rehab facility. But come on. You understand, we were all like, why isn't he home? Why isn't he getting better? What's happening? According to reports from TMZ, the movie star has been in the rehab facility since late April. It was also reported that the rehab facility he was at specializes in helping those who have suffered from strokes, spinal trauma, and traumatic brain injury. Hold on, let's see if we have the name for it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to find the name of this place. It's a pretty well-known place, although even if it is relatively new. But there you have it. So, we're still trying to find. Oh, stop it with the fax booster. Would you fucking stop it? My God. Yes. Everyone who dies now, everyone who has, because nobody ever died before the booster. Nobody ever just dropped dead mysteriously on the anniversary that Andy Kaufman dropped dead at 34. Elliot Ness dropped dead at 50. Just stop it. People die all the time. That's so stupid. I am super vaxxed. I've never been healthier than I am in my life. Silly. I think Jeff is just trying to poke me with that fucking Ballard stick. That's what he's doing. He's got some big old stick and he's just poking me with it. Divisive vax talk. Not interested. Let's see here. Rudy. Oh, this is a good one. All right, this is funny. Rudy Giuliani. This guy, this clown show. Again, I always go, seriously, you people can't look at this guy and go, huh? What? Did you not see? I didn't even need to see the Borat movie. But, he was obviously thinking he was going to get blown by Borat's daughter, right? That's, if you saw the movie, that told you so much about what kind of a dude he is. He's such a skeeve. Here's what he is. He was a great man, I guess. He worked his way up and, he did some things. He was ambitious and he got to this place. The 9/11 was an incredibly bad day for everyone in America except Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani came out of 9/11 like we were going to chisel him on Mount Rushmore. And then nothing really came of that. Like, remember there was talk like, we should make him president. And he had this whole brand, and it was a very, very real brand. But then I think what happens with a lot of these guys is that they recognize that their time has passed, that they don't have what it takes to make it. They didn't capitalize when they should have. So now he's just going to cash in. And that's what it seems like Rudy Giuliani is doing. And it's always so unbecoming of these people who we once maybe held in a completely different light. People that we thought were honorable, people that we thought. Rudy Giuliani's a piece of garbage. He's a drunk. He's a fool. He doesn't seem to be on top of anything. If there was come on, you guys, the Four Seasons landscaping thing. Rudy Giuliani booked a press conference at the Four Seasons Hotel, but he accidentally booked it at a Four Seasons landscaping, so they held the press conference. Come on, those kinds of things. Remember the makeup running? He's going on TV and his makeup is running because he's like so vain. He's an 80-something-year-old man and he's still jet blacking his hair. He's such a weird guy. Well, so he had this chick, this off-the-books employee, as a lot of rich dudes have, and he's one of these rich dudes. He had one of these off-the-books employees. She was smoking hot. And she was sometimes his graphic designer. She was sometimes his interior designer. She was at times an executive consultant and at other times an executive assistant. But those were all of the different roles that this lady played in his life for 2 years. And she was hot. She's hot. I don't know if she had any skills, but I could see why he liked having her around. Well, she's suing him now. She's saying that he promised to pay her $1 million a year off the books and that he didn't pay her anything at all. And that out of this whole time that she worked for him, she only made about 12 grand. Because Rudy was like, it's coming, baby. And that's totally the kind of dude that he is. But she's suing him. And there are some crazy, funny details. Apparently, he's drunk every morning by 10 o'clock in the morning. He goes on TV drunk. He's always drunk. He's drunk. If it's past 10 o'clock in the morning, he's drunk. He starts drinking hard alcohol at 10 o'clock, vodka and his orange juice and all of that. He pops Viagra. He used to take a Viagra, get a hard-on, call the girl into his office, point at his erect penis, and say, somebody needs to take care of this. And then it was her job to do it. So let me read you this story, because we're going to get into this a little bit. Because there are some details here that I think that we should talk about. I think that we should not just gloss over and be like, oh, he's a skeeve. No, let's actually talk about the scenario and the situation. Because I'm going to let you know something. This woman ain't no saint, okay? This woman bringing this civil suit against Rudy Giuliani, she ain't a saint. She ain't a saint. She is what a lot of people would consider a whore. Yeah, she is I would consider a sexually liberated and promiscuous lady, which I have no judgment for. That's fine. Hey, we only go around so many times on this planet. If you decide that orgasms are like super important to you and you want to bank as many of them as possible, hey, you go do that. Doesn't mean anything to me. But that's what she was. That's what she was. So if you're one of these people who like to put these women on pedestals and all that stuff, you might be a little bit upset. Oh, Pugs is calling her a whore. Now she's a whore. She's a whore. She slept with men, long history of sleeping with men for money. But a lot of women do that. And that doesn't mean that the things that she's charging Rudy with doing weren't done. One doesn't negate the other. You can be all of these things. This can be a complicated story. So let's get into it. A woman who says she worked as an off-the-books employee for Rudy Giuliani during his stint as Donald Trump's personal lawyer alleges in court papers that the former New York City mayor, coerced her into sex and owes her nearly $2 million in unpaid wages. For the sex? Okay, put a pin in that one. We'll get back to that. Noelle Dunphy, oh, she's really hot too. She ain't dumpy. Hi, come on in, girl. Come on, babesy. Come on, you can push your way in. Oh, yeah. Oh, the dog's trying to get in. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. This is where we do it now. Hello. You want to say hi to everybody? Look, say hi. You don't like your new place? You don't like it here? I'm going to go lay down. Sorry, I'm being interrupted. Okay, good. Go lay down. Nope, we're not doing this now. No, you got to go. You gotta go. You see her little paw. She's trying to swat at me. Go away. You're a good girl, and you didn't do any bad poop stuff. So I'm very happy. You haven't tried to jump out a window in almost a week now. So you're good. Okay, go lay down. Sorry. I gotta talk about Rudy Giuliani. It's a funny story. Ugh, she's killing me. She is killing me. Oh crap. All right. Sorry. Now I'm killing me. There we go. All right, go lay down. We're done. Good girl. Thank you. Oh, sorry. There we go. Apologize. All right, so let's get back into the Rudy Giuliani thing. All right, Noelle Dunphy said in the lawsuit that she was Giuliani's business development director and public relations consultant from 2019 until 2021. 2 years. So she initially made her allegations public in January, but she detailed her claims further in a 70-page legal complaint filed Monday in New York. Are you really going to do this? Are you going to... Hold on. I got to drag her out of here. Okay, you got to come. Come on. Let's go. We're out. Come on. You can't be in here. You're being too much of a... Come on, baby. Let's go. This way. Come on. Yeah, go on. Get out. Get out. No? Ugh. All right, this is not working. All right. I apologize. She ain't going anywhere. She's like standing in the doorway. Okay. Let's get back into this because I really want to dig into this story. Yeah, we're gonna be going for a long time today. Okay, Noelle Dunphy said in the lawsuit that she was Giuliani's business development director and public relations consultant from 2019 to 2021. She initially made her allegations public last January, but detailed her claims further in the 70-page legal complaint that was filed just yesterday in New York. Giuliani vehemently denied the allegations through a spokesperson. His lawyer had also previously denied that Dunphy ever even worked for Giuliani. So that's funny. Okay, so let's take these one at a time. I gotta close the door. The damn dog left the door open and now I got an echo. Hold on. Let me reach over. What? See if I can close that. There you go. I used my foot to close it. Now we'll have less of an echo. All right, so right here. Oh, and now the dog is back in. No, leave the door closed or stay in or go out. All right, so Giuliani vehemently denied the allegations. His lawyer, who was vehemently denying the allegations, also had previously denied that this Dunphy woman ever worked for him. So that's easy, right? Because she was an off-the-books employee. Except that there are tons of photographs taken by no lesser a source than the White House official photographer that shows her in numerous different capacities working with, shadowing, carrying the documents for, whatever. That's not even in debate. And oh yeah, this girl, after not being paid by him for like a year and a half, 6 months before she left, she just started recording everything. She's got recordings of conversations between her and Giuliani. Giuliani saying all kinds of racist shit, talking about how Jews have small dicks. Yeah, apparently she's got that. Get out of here. Sorry, the dog is wandering around. What else? He told her, apparently she's got him on tape saying to her, and again, this is all on tape. Is this true? I don't know. Let's hear the tapes, baby. Anybody can say they got tapes. Let's hear them. Apparently there's a tape recording of Rudy Giuliani saying to her, hey, do you know anyone that needs a pardon? Because I'm selling them for $2 million. He was selling presidential pardons, or according to the suit. Again, I don't know if any of this is true. She claims that she's got recordings. Now, I believe that Rudy Giuliani could very well have said to his hot young assistant, hey, do you know anybody who needs a pardon? Because we're selling pardons. He could very well have said that in an attempt to impress a young woman or to appear, look at how big and powerful I am. He very well could have said that. That does not mean that they were actually selling pardons. You see what I'm saying? So that's sort of a twofold one, because that's a very, very big one. That's very big. If that is somehow proven to be accurate in this civil case, there will be authorities looking at that particular. That'll be an area that they will explore if there's any validity to it whatsoever. Because that's a big one, selling pardons. Just ask Rod Blagojevich. He wasn't pardons, but it was sentencing. Same kind of thing. All right, so there's that. And you got the lawyer going, he never even worked for her. Except, okay, you're a bullshit lawyer because we know that she did work for him. We know that it was off the books, but we also now have all kinds of documented evidence of her working for him. My God, Giuliani took like 50 pictures with her where he's all handsy on her, he's hanging on her. I mean, come on. They obviously knew each other, but isn't that a lawyer? Isn't that a fucking lawyer? He never even worked for her. Or they probably prefaces it with, that bullshit lawyer speak. To the best of my knowledge, she never... That's how they fix it. I didn't say that I knew. I just said to the best of my... Giuliani vehemently denied the allegations. His attorney even denied that Dunphy had ever worked for him. Mayor Giuliani's... Here's what the attorney says about Giuliani. Mayor Giuliani's lifetime of public service speaks for itself, and he will pursue all available remedies and counterclaims, said Giuliani's communications advisor, Ted Goodman. The new court filing portrays Giuliani 78, as a hard-drinking, Viagra-popping womanizer who made satisfying his sexual demands an absolute requirement of her employment. She is seeking at least $10 million. So she is saying, so here, okay, so let's stop on that. Let's not just gloss over that. So she is saying in her court case that one of the requirements of her employment with Giuliani, and she is saying that she accepted this employment with Giuliani. She worked for Giuliani. She is claiming in this case that one of the requirements of her employment was to have sex, was to sexually gratify Rudy Giuliani. Well, I know more than a handful of women who wouldn't take that job. They would say, that's not a job that I'm going to take. No, she didn't. She didn't. So let's just all weigh that. Are you judging her? I'm not. I'm just laying out the facts. Sexually promiscuous woman. Sexual interaction and using sex to get where she needs to go is not anything that she has a problem with. And there's a lot of people who don't. Maybe they're right. I don't know. I'm not judging. But she accepted a gig where it was known to her ahead of time that she was going to have to bang old Nosferatu every now and again. Dunphy claimed in the lawsuit to have made numerous audio recordings of Giuliani, including some of which she says he can be heard making sexual comments, demanding sex, and making sexist, racist, and anti-Semitic remarks. Oh, I bet. Giuliani, he's a guy of that generation. He was a prosecutor, for crying out loud, in New York City. You don't think he's got some hot takes on Puerto Ricans? Of course he does. Dunphy's legal team declined a request from the Associated Press to share those recordings, saying that they were part of the litigation. Well, yeah. You don't want to share those recordings. You couldn't. If you've got these recordings at this stage, you ain't sharing those recordings. The fear that you might share those recordings is all the leverage you have. If you're saying you got recordings and the Giuliani camp is like, I said some shit, if she's really got recordings, that's how you're going to get a settlement. That's how you go into court asking for $10 million and then you settle for $4 million. Everybody walks away happy. You ask for the sky and you accept the clouds. Yeah, that's how it works. I don't even know if that's a saying. I just said it. You ask for the sky and you accept the clouds. I don't even know if it makes sense, but you know what? You can quote me on it. The lawsuit claims Giuliani hired Dunphy in January of 2019 and promised to pay her $1 million per year for her consulting work. Where did this happen? At the bar of a steakhouse in Manhattan? Is that where this job offer was made? Was she sitting next to him? Was his hand on her knee when he promised her $1 million sight unseen? She has no history in consulting. She is not. So young lady, and again, I'm just going to ask you this question. So you had no history in consulting. You're just kind of a flibberty-gibbet, from best that I can tell, and the background that the AP has been able to pull off on her, is that she was just a gal, society gal, partied with and hung out with a lot of well-to-do guys. And that was kind of her thing. So when Rudy Giuliani offered you $1 million for the consultancy gig, $1 million a year, you didn't go in your head, I don't know how to be a consultant. I don't know what this is. But you took the money anyway. And I'm not judging you because I would as well. Absolutely I would. Although, you see, I wouldn't have gotten the offer because Rudy Giuliani didn't want to fuck me. Therein lies the difference. But we don't judge. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. I don't. She's hot. I'd date her. I like her. I don't care. I don't care if a woman wants to have sex. If you're that into having orgasms, go have orgasms. Because as I say, we only go around on this planet so many times. As long as you're a nice person and you're good to me, why the fuck would I care? It's the possession thing. Anyway, I don't do the possession thing. So I believe in open relationships. Oh, we can get into that if you want. Not that I would ever take advantage of an open relationship, but if someone I'm in a relationship with wants to go and have sex with somebody else, I say, go for it, young lady. Can you pick up some Taco Bell on your way home? I'll be here, binge watching season 4 of Fargo. I don't know. This whole thing that we tie love to sex and all that, it's just so bullshit. The people I love most in this entire world, it would never, sex is not an option, right? So love exists without the prospect of sex. We just need to realize that love is love. Almost immediately, she says here, back to the Giuliani story. Didn't mean to go freeform on you, but, I felt I had something to say. Almost immediately, according to the complaint, Giuliani started making sexual advances, including kissing her in the back of an SUV on her first day. Well, if he's doing that on the first day, he is telling you. So there was a second day. You can't have a problem with this. You can't. Now, you can have a problem with him not paying you, right? But I don't think she's saying that he raped me. It's just these are all embarrassing details that are now going to come out because Giuliani stiffed her. Giuliani was just supposed to pay her. If he had just paid her, this probably wouldn't have happened. So I don't think she's claiming that she was raped and there's not going to be any kind of criminal prosecution. She's just saying this is the kind of dirtbag this guy is. And we're going to open all this up if we go to court. So you're going to want to settle. Almost immediately, according to the complaint, Giuliani started making sexual advances, including kissing her in the back of an SUV on her first day, demanding that she take care of him sexually. Sometimes while he was on the phone with high-profile friends and clients. So she did it a lot. So she was okay. So 2 years she worked for him, and on the first day is when, by her own court filings, on the first day is when he started making these things, and she went along with it, and she did, and she did, and she did, and that was just her job. She was fine with it. And then he stiffed her. Then he didn't pay her. So now we're in court. Often, Dunphy alleges, Giuliani would demand that she work in a bikini or in an American flag-themed outfit that he had bought for her. And he urged her to strip naked for him during video meetings. So, he'd be, doing a Zoom meeting or whatever, and she'd be on the other end of the camera, and he'd be like, get naked. And she would, because that's what $1 million a year executive consultants do. They get naked for creepy old Rudy Giuliani while he's fucking zooming with Larry Kudlow. I don't know. Giuliani reached a divorce settlement back in December of 2019, but Dunphy said all she got from Giuliani were a few cash payments totaling about $12,000 over 2 years. That's nothing. Why didn't she pull the parachute much earlier? After 6 months of not even getting anywhere near the promised $1 million. I mean, prorate that, the first $500,000. If after 6 months I haven't even whiffed near $500,000, I'm thinking this deal is bullshit and that I should stop going down on him. But she didn't. Giuliani reached a divorce settlement in December of 2019, but Dunphy said that all she got from Giuliani were a few cash payments totaling about $12,000 to cover living expenses. He still owes her $1.988 million. Okay. Dunphy also contended that Giuliani had reneged on a promise to represent her for free in a protracted legal fight involving claims of domestic violence from a former boyfriend. In that legal fight, Dunphy accused a romantic partner of raping and beating her. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so she's got a history, man. She's got a history. They find it out. Dunphy agreed to accept $10,000 to settle her claims in 2016. So she got $10,000 from that. The Associated Press does not typically identify people who say they are victims of sexual abuse unless they grant permission, as Dunphy has done. She's not saying she's is she saying she's the victim of sexual abuse, or is she just going for the money? I mean, having had these things as experiences, I mean, are they abuse? She went along with them. Well, sometimes victims of abuse will go along with the abuse. Well, then I just don't think it's abuse. I really don't. I really, if you are actively going along with the abuse because you think there's $1 million payout, then you've been tricked. But I don't know, is the act itself the abuse that you're being forced? Okay, so you're being forced to gobble down on Giuliani, right? That's awful. I mean, thinking about that, that's awful. But she willingly did it a whole bunch of times because she was greedy, because she thought this is worth $1 million. And you know what? It is. It is worth $1 million, girls. I'm sorry. But if you've got a rich guy who is saying, blow me every day for a year and I'll give you $1 million, do that job. Are you a fool? Don't worry about what the church lady is going to say in her judgments of you. You're going to be rolling around town in a nice car. Yeah, you get $1 million. No judgment. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of other stuff about Rudy Giuliani. All the details are out there. You can go into them. Elon Musk is being subpoenaed. He's being called to testify by the Virgin Islands because the Virgin Islands are going after... All right, so this is... So the Virgin Islands, right? The Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, don't know what that means. Do you guys know anything about the Virgin Islands? Are they us? Are they not us? What's going on there? They're called the U.S. Virgin Islands, but what are they, a territory? What's a territory? I don't even know. I don't even know what any of this shit means. Anyway, the Virgin Islands, they're suing J.P. Morgan, you know, the big J.P. Morgan bank, because they're claiming that J.P. Morgan facilitated Epstein in his sexual abuse of children on the island for years and years, and because of their dealings with J.P. Morgan, Elon Musk is now being subpoenaed for documents. Elon Musk being asked to turn over documents in Virgin Islands Epstein lawsuit against J.P. Morgan. The subpoena demands that Musk turn over any documents showing communications involving him, J.P. Morgan, and his old pal Epstein. Yeah, that's right. Some people say that's one of the reasons he took over Twitter, because he's spooked by this Epstein stuff. I don't know. Elon Musk is now on the counteroffensive, saying, oh, this is absurd and blah, blah, blah. You know. Look, here's the truth. Super rich people meet and hang out with a lot of powerful people. See, sometimes those two things are combined, where you have super wealthy and super powerful. And sometimes you just have the powerful. You don't have the super wealthy. And sometimes, you know, so what you have is you've got a lot of super wealthies hanging around with the super powerfuls. And if you were to make a list of all the people that Jeffrey Epstein knew or would have maybe considered a friend, you know, well, as a friend of mine, whatever. You know, I say that about people I haven't talked to in 20 years. As a friend of mine, you know what I mean? That list of names would blow you away. You know, and at some point, I mean, just because you dealt with the financial aspects of Jeffrey Epstein doesn't mean that you were banging 12-year-olds on an island. So, you know, a lot of people who are critics of Elon Musk are like, he's finally getting taken down. This is going to unveil all of his dealings with Epstein. No, it's not. No, it's not. He's probably just a guy. He's probably just with the bank at the same bank. Did they run into each other somewhere once? I mean, we don't know anything about this. And it's being blown into a huge thing where Elon Musk is now being put in with Jeffrey Epstein and all of those people, and it's absolutely not fair. And he's right to say that this is absurd. This is about banking irregularities. They are trying to trap J.P. Morgan into burdening some of the responsibility for what happened in the Virgin Islands. Whether it'll be financial, you know, the Virgin Islands will be like, give us $50 billion or whatever, you know, something like that. But it doesn't mean that Elon Musk was hanging out on Epstein's Lolita Island. It doesn't, even though, you know, a lot of his enemies. The idiots are being ginned up again over something that is just in its infancy and says nothing about Elon Musk being on the island partying with chicks, okay? It's just business dealings through J.P. Morgan. These rich guys, they're all incestuous. They've all crossed paths. This is a fun one. Here's one that we'll enjoy. Also trending today, CNN. CNN is trending today. You know why CNN is trending today? Because this might be the bottom. You know, you keep saying, when is the bottom for CNN? I don't know. CNN cable news ratings for last Friday. CNN's primetime viewership dropped below Newsmax. How you doing with that CNN prime time? Took a stand. You fired Cuomo. Cuomo was the only guy in your prime time that was getting you ratings. You fired Cuomo. Then Don Lemon breaks bad on you. You got to get rid of him. Now you got a bunch of people. I don't even know. What? Aren't they going to throw like Gayle King and Charles Barkley together on a show? That'll fix it. That seems like the stupidest. Yeah, so this is getting ready to launch the new CNN primetime show with Gayle King and Charles Barkley. Oh, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch because it's gonna be an absolute train wreck. It's gonna be weird. There's gonna be some fun, bizarre shit that happens in the first couple of days there. Now, I don't know what it settles into. It's probably going to settle into some unwatchable crap because Gayle King is unwatchable. I'm sorry. Gayle King seems like a fine woman. She seems like a fine, normal newsreader for 1995. But in this modern era of media, this modern era of charismatic personalities, she ain't that. Charles Barkley is. But I think that she's going to have Charles Barkley on such a... Anyway, CNN needs something. They need something, and it ain't that. They need something desperate in their prime time because they have fallen behind. Now, it just happened once, and it's a bit of an anomaly, and this happens all the time in ratings where, a station that nobody listens to is suddenly in the top 10 for a book, and you're like, what? And then they drop back to number 30. But Newsmax, which is essentially has probably an eighth, a tenth of the coverage that CNN has. Newsmax actually had higher ratings last Friday night for its primetime lineup than CNN did. Woo, CNN! You guys suck, man. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. Maybe this is what you have to do. Maybe CNN has to burn it all to the ground. Maybe they got to burn it all to the ground and the phoenix will rise. I don't know. But they let themselves. CNN was fine until Trump. It was the repeated narrative of fake news. Not true. I mean, that's projection because, they're touting all the things that Fox was saying. And now we have actual legal documentation that says that Fox was doing fake news. But fake news CNN, that became a thing. That became a brand. And facts be damned. That's the reality now. Everyone thinks they are fake news. Even people like, look, they're not good news. I don't think that they're particularly fine representations of journalism at its height, but, they're not, they don't just make shit up the way Fox News does, the way it's been proven that Fox News does, the way they had to pay $100 billion to say, I'm sorry for making shit up. They fired fucking Tucker Carlson, man. I mean, obviously, Fox has admitted that they did something. But no, Fox doesn't have that brand. That brand goes on CNN, and they were never able to recover from it. You know why? Because CNN did what motherfucking Jeb Bush did. When Jeb Bush went up against Donald Trump, Jeb Bush thought he was still existing in the universe where, well, you've got to be dignified, and you've got to be, oh, no. And that's what CNN did the whole fucking time. The whole time CNN's brand is being destroyed for 4 years by people chanting, fake news, all that stuff. When that narrative became the common thread of American media discussion, it was over for CNN because they didn't push back. Because CNN, what did CNN do, especially during the campaign, the first campaign, I'm talking 2016? They did more to promote Trump than any other. And it was the outrage. It was, can you believe what he's doing? Let's show him doing terrible things for 45 minutes straight with no commercial. That's what CNN did. And for 45 minutes on their own airways, they saw people talking about what bullshit the station was. So obviously through osmosis or whatever, the people watching CNN got it in their head that they shouldn't be watching CNN. And they got that message on CNN. These fucking people. Though they're all so sophisticated enough. Fuck you. You're playing a game. You're playing a role. You guys suck. Honestly, CNN primetime should be Howard Stern and fucking Jon Stewart. Boom! You want to win? That's how you win. You put charismatic personalities who have hot takes and opinions and who are interesting. Not Gayle King and Charles Barkley. KKK is trending. More to the point, Grand Wizard is trending. Why is Grand Wizard trending? God, this is crazy. Down in Florida, let me read you this story. Wait, is this Florida? I just assume it's Florida. No, it's not. It's not Florida. It's Kentucky. It's the other Florida. It's the Florida without... No, actually, Kentucky ain't that bad. I actually like Kentucky. I think Kentucky is a much maligned state. I think people get the wrong idea about Kentucky. I think Kentucky just wants to be left alone. You go down to Kentucky, Kentucky is gorgeous. Kentucky is such a beautiful state. Anyway, this happened in Kentucky. A Kentucky teacher was suspended after allowing a student to dress up as a Ku Klux Klan member. I have a question. So did the teacher allow the student to dress up as a Ku Klux Klan member, or did the student just show up dressed as a Ku Klux Klan member and the teacher was like, well, we're here. We're doing this, right? I mean, how was it? Because I can understand a student showing up dressed as a Ku Klux, apparently it's like for some kind of like dress up show and tell thing or something. I don't know. Like I could get, I mean, I will know. We'll read the story in a minute, but I'm rolling, baby. Let me just roll with this. So I'm thinking the kid shows up, you got a kid dressed as a witch. You got, kid dressed as, Mortal Kombat character. And then you got the Grand Wizard comes walking in. Look at me dressed like the Grand Wizard. I could see a teacher in 2023 going, especially in Kentucky, I could see a teacher going, oh, this is troubling, but I'm not going to get involved. And just, ignoring it, right? And just letting... Teachers don't know what to do. What is the teacher sends the kid home for dressing like the Klan, and then suddenly they got the 3 dozen hillbillies in the parking lot. What? Pride, fire that teacher. And who knows about school boards now? That teacher might get fired for, I don't know. I don't blame this teacher. Let's find out more. Pulaski County school leaders confirmed that a Southern middle school teacher was suspended. Hold on. Gotta take a quick break here. Hold on. It really bothers me to no end that when I put the pause screen up that it's James's face. That really bothers me. It's upsetting, but we'll get through it and we will move forward. All right, sorry about that. I had to take that call. All right, so let's get back to the Somerset, Kentucky Ku Klux Klan kid. Pulaski County school leaders confirmed that a Southern middle school teacher was suspended after a student dressed up as a Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard as part of a history project. Superintendent Patrick Richardson said he's extremely disappointed and embarrassed by the incident. Okay, that's fine. He says, in retrospect, this is easy. After the news has gotten a hold of it and they're like, a Ku Klux Klan, the teacher can then be like, here's what he said. The commissioner, the school, whatever, the head of the school, he said, I would hope our school and community realize that this does not represent the character of our students and staff at Southern Middle School or our district as a whole. Well, you would hope, and, I guess that's fair. Richardson also confirmed there's a video circulating with the wrong teacher's contact information on it. What they're putting the teacher's contact, like she suggested it? Did she go, you should be the Grand Wizard. Leave this teacher alone. Leave teachers alone, okay? They are between a rock and a hard place. You've got absolute fucking idiots who are now in control of school boards from coast to coast, and you've got fucking parents who don't even have children in those school systems being bussed in from other districts just to cause havoc and to demand that teachers be fired. Fucking teachers, man, they make like $10 an hour, and all we do is shit on them. Why? Because we're not warehousing their kids or our kids properly? That's really it. Well, I'm so sick of this fucking teacher hate, man. I am so sick. Yes, there are a lot of shitty teachers out there, but there's a lot of shitty people in every walk of life. There are also a lot of good teachers out there. And when you're a good teacher, it's far more important to a civilized society than when you're a good accountant. Okay? That's just, and we don't give teachers any credit for any of that. Jesus. An investigation is underway now, and school leaders said that the situation will be reported to the edge. It's probably a 25-year-old teacher, probably just a young teacher in the middle, starting their career. They don't have any fucking political ideology about this shit. They're just trying to get a paycheck. Maybe they're working on their masters. Maybe one day they want to be a principal. Who knows? But Jesus, man, these teachers. A kid shows up dressed as a Grand Wizard, and now we're going to suspend the teacher. How about the parents? Where did this kid get the Grand Wizard outfit? Okay? And again, there is an investigation, but so far, based on what we know, suspending the teacher for this seems like absolutely the wrong thing to do. Talk about sending a message. We don't support our teachers. This kid showed up dressed like that. It's not the teacher's fault. And who knows? We don't know. Maybe this kid's a fucking problem, right? Maybe this kid's parents have been a fucking problem. I can only imagine parents that would send their kids dressed as a Grand Wizard might have been on the teacher's radar a time or two for other things they've done previous to this incident. So maybe the teacher was just like, oh, God, I don't want to deal with these people. Whatever, just ignore it. And now this teacher's suspended. That's terrible. Here's an interesting story. Switching faiths. Apparently, a lot of people are switching faiths lately. Twice as much as would admit to switching faiths 2 years ago, according to this new study. Rising number of Americans are switching their religions, which, you know. So I'm a lapsed Catholic. So I was raised Catholic. I was indoctrinated Catholic, all of that stuff. Catholic school and church and CCD and all that stuff. And then when I became a grown-up, I was like, yep, not going to do that no more. That seems like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, made-up J.R.R. Tolkien bullshit. And it really did. The whole Catholic Church. I consider myself to be culturally Catholic, meaning I like the culture of it. But, you know, as far as like this being the real deal, no. Excuse me. This is just a fun little game. We all play. We all go along. It's a club we all belong to. But when I lapsed out of Catholicism, I didn't immediately join another religion. I lapsed out of Catholicism because my faith and an absence of organized religion does not mean an absence of faith. It just means I don't trust these people. When I lapsed out of Catholicism, you know, I became what essentially would be called a searcher. I would never describe myself as atheist. I would describe myself as agnostic and open-minded, you know, because I don't know. I don't know what happens next. That's really the question. What happens next? I don't know. I have no idea. And nobody does. So that's where faith comes into it. So faith, you either believe this thing or you don't. Me, in my place, here's what I say. It's not as binary as that. It's not you either believe or you don't. There's a whole big area in between where we could just be like, I don't know, it could be any number of other things. Doesn't have to just be heaven. And it doesn't have to just be, you know, worm food. Could be a whole bunch of other things. And that's what I think life experience is about. I think that's what a life's journey is about. Try to figure this out. Try to figure out what is most important. So when I lapsed out of Catholicism, I didn't just jump into another religion. I was questioning the whole idea of organized religion. So this idea that a rising number of Americans are now switching their religion falls funny to me. Because what? Those people are crazy? The people who you were indoctrinated to, who you've been in their religion for all these years, those people are crazy, but now you've found a no group. How about just the consistent crazy? How about just don't join these weird groups? Not weird, I shouldn't call it weird, because if you found your faith and your stability in one of these groups, I respect that, and I really do. But just for me, it's like, gotta get up early every Sunday? Really? That's his demand. So the guy that's up there, his demand is that you got to get out of bed and go. Why? Because that's how you prove to him he needs that? This God, this old powerful God needs me to be, that's, you know. So it's always been a little strange to me. But I'm seeking. Who knows? I might have this moment of enlightenment where everything is, you know, magnificent. And I might become a Jew at 60. Who knows? Reasons people gave for changing their religious affiliations. This survey was conducted of about 10,000 U.S. adults. It was between August 9th and 30th of 2022. 56% of people who changed their religion say that they changed their religion because they stopped believing in the religion's teachings. Okay, what would that be? Would that be like a real specific one? Would that be like trying to think of it. Like maybe if you were in a religious group that didn't like gays. There you go. That might be it. I don't believe in these religious teachings anymore. I don't believe that gay people go to hell, so I'm going to change religions. There you go. 56%. 56% of people who changed religions changed because they said they stopped believing in their teachings. 30% of people who changed religions say that negative religious teachings about the treatment of LGBTQ. Okay, so maybe the first one wasn't this. 30% of people switched religions because of gay policies. Now, that could go either way. That could be people who were in a church and the church suddenly had started accepting gays and they were like, I don't like this. And so they went and found a church that doesn't. And it could be somebody at a church that doesn't accept gays who got out of there and found. So that one goes both ways. 29% of people who changed religions say that family was never that religious growing up. Meaning, they were just sort of Manila Christian growing up, went to church a couple of times, for appearances and all that kind of stuff, but wasn't really a religious thing. And then when you became an adult, you just found your thing. And it was different than, maybe the Episcopalian faith you were raised in. 27% of people say that they changed their religious affiliations based on scandals involving leaders in their church. Well, I would immediately think Christian, but, or Catholic, really. I guess that's the high-profile one. But, I guess all religions have their creepy sex guy at the top who's always going to try and, leverage a little bit of sex action out of his place in the church. So that has caused 27% of people to switch religions. Traumatic personal event is why 18% of people have switched religions. Traumatic personal. So something happened in their life that made them rethink their whole thing. And finally, 17% of people changed their religion because church or congregation became too political. Now, I would have thought that was like the big reason. I would have thought the politicization. That's the word. Politicization. That's hard. That's hard to say. I would have thought that the I can't say it. I would have thought that the nope. I would have thought that the fuck! See, this is what happens. I don't know. I was just like, you ever do a live read? Sometimes when you have to go and record a live read and you've got the copy and you got to just bang it out. Hey, it's Pugs for Sacred Oils. Something like that. Sometimes you'll trip on a word and you'll have to do 50 takes, and you'll never be able to get that. That's how politicization is. I just fucked it up, but that was passable. I would have thought the church is becoming overly political. Would have been a much larger number, but that's 17%. All right, get out there. Are you religion shopping? Get out there. Here's a story. This is Colorado? This comes to us from Colorado. Florida takes a lot of crap. Arizona takes a lot of crap. Ohio takes a lot of crap. And it goes without saying that the Mississippis and the Alabamas take a lot of crap. But you know who doesn't take far or near enough crap? Colorado. Colorado has just a menagerie of weirdos up there, and they're always getting into something. And for some reason, we always go back to Florida, man. You can make a case for Colorado, man. Here's an example. Dude got a DUI. Dude was driving down the road. He's flies past a cop. He's in a 30, flies past a cop at 60, doing twice the legal limit. Colorado driver. Cop lights him up. Boop. You see that and you're like, oh shit, I'm drunk. Dude pulls over. And he didn't want to be the one driving. So he switched places with the person in the passenger seat. Oh, I'm sorry, I said person. It was a dog. That's right. He switched places with a dog, and he got in the passenger seat and put the dog behind the wheel. Cop walks up, sees the dog. He's like, the dog was driving. Dude went to jail. A DUI suspect in Colorado tried unsuccessfully to pin the rap on his dog, according to police in eastern Colorado. Cops in Springfield wrote on Facebook that the attempted switcheroo happened around 11:30 p.m. Saturday when officers pulled over a vehicle. He was on his way to another bar. 11:30, you're not going home. If you're drunk out with your dog, you're going to another bar. That's a big thing now, these bars. Bringing your dogs to bars is like a thing. It is. It is young people. That's like their new thing. Now, and the thing with us, some bars would have a dog patio where you could have your dog out on the patio, and that was like, maybe. But now there are entire dogs that are built around this whole idea, or entire bars built around the whole idea that bring your dog. It's actually pretty cool. There's this place, my buddy Brian Harder and Jerry Elliott. Oh, these two guys, they're two of the best restaurateurs and bar operators and I've ever known. I was going to say Texas, but that I've ever known. These guys have expanded their Harder Bar empire from that one little place on Greenfield 20-something years ago, turned it into this incredibly impressive array of bars and stuff. They created this thing up in West Plano. I think it's maybe West Plano. It's a bark park. Do you know what this thing is? I wish I could promote it properly for them because it's one of the greatest innovations in bars. It is a bark park. It is a gigantic dog park, but the dog park is in the middle, and the perimeter are all of these bars and restaurants, and they're all owned by the same guys, the Harders. They own there's like a barbecue joint and a beer joint, and you can watch games, and there's air conditioning and pool. It is really cool, and I've never seen anything like that. Dogs. Part of the new, I'm doing, by the way, I'm doing a new podcast here for some local dog enthusiasts, because we're all dog enthusiasts. That's coming soon, the new dog podcast. We're going to do a local DFW dog show podcast. I'm very excited. We'll see if we can get that up and running. Very excited, because I love dogs. Who doesn't love dogs? And we're going to do a whole thing about dogs. More on that coming, developing ... as they say. The driver attempted to switch places with his dog, who was in the passenger seat, as the officer approached and watched the entire process happen. The male party then exited the passenger side of the vehicle and claimed that he wasn't driving. Oh, you just got to give this guy a round of applause. That is just absolutely fantastic. What a guy. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are trending. Okay. Mushrooms. And by that, I mean like psilocybin mushrooms. Why are they trending? Because there's a whole bunch of legal dispensaries. Well, it's legal in California. Weed is legal. There are a bunch of dispensaries in California that are now openly selling mushrooms, magic mushrooms, right there in the store. Now, there have been some crackdowns, but most of these places are being allowed to operate just out in the open. Why? Because it is very strongly believed that magic mushrooms, psilocybin extracts, stuff that make you trip. It is very accepted that California is probably going to legalize that next. The city of San Francisco and the city of Oakland, as well as one other, San Jose maybe, one other city in California has already legalized psilocybin mushrooms. So at dispensaries there, you can sell those. And the state hasn't really cracked down. But now the state is cracking down on dispensaries in Los Angeles that does not have a legalization of psilocybin on the books. So the cannabis dispensary in a rundown shopping center in coastal Los Angeles County offers the standard fare: pre-rolled joints, vape pens, and a wide range of edibles. But there's one extra class of item that distinguishes this storefront on the country's suburban fringe, or on the county's suburban fringe. A glass case displays magic mushrooms and a variety of items containing psilocybin, the compound that provides said magic to those who consume it. A compound, by the way, that is still illegal statewide, as the state legislature considers a bill to decriminalize severe psychedelics, including psilocybin. It's not severe, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. As the state legislature considers a bill to decriminalize several psychedelics, including psilocybin, some LA area businesses are openly selling the potent hallucinogen. Although cannabis is legal statewide, no Southern California municipality or county has followed the lead of Oakland, San Francisco, and Santa Cruz by decriminalizing magic mushrooms. So they're just selling them. They're just saying, they're just doing it. Now, what's the bigger issue here? Is this slippery slope? What is heroin going to be legal next? What are opioids going to be? No. There has to be a legitimate medical reason for these things. CBDs. For years, everybody was like, but the devil's lettuce, that's the bad stuff. The weed is all bad. And then, global scientists for 20 years started going, hey, wait, actually,
You know, this stuff is really good medicine. This stuff is really good for this. This stuff is really good. And the only way, remember, it was like an incremental movement of medical marijuana. In the beginning, it was like, well, if they're dying anyways, right? I mean, that would seem like a fairly normal. If you're terminal with cancer, you should be allowed to smoke weed, right? Because what is the well, it's illegal. No, so that was a problem. So then the medical started to take off, and we realized that there were therapeutic benefits to marijuana. There really are. Ask anyone with depression or anxiety. You know, you can shove all of the Prozac, all of the whatever chemicals and bullshit that you want to put in my system. You know what takes me down from when I'm going into like a real anxiety tailspin? Weed. It takes the edge off immediately. It centers you. It relaxes you. These are things that stoners have known for years, and yet for whatever reason, it was always illegal. So now it's fairly generally accepted that there are medicinal benefits to marijuana, to CBD, to all of these things. And now we're having the conversation about psilocybin. We're having the conversation about mushrooms, which for a very long time was just something that, like, you know, severe stoners did, right? I mean, this was, if you were just a guy who went to a concert and would like take a hit off the joint at the concert, you know. But if you were the dude wearing the tie-dye, you probably were into the acids and the mind expansions and all that kind of stuff. And those people were not a very photogenic crowd. So anytime that we saw a depiction of somebody who was into psilocybin or something like that, it was always, you know, it was like, that guy, please don't have that guy be the... However, in the same way that it happened with marijuana, doctors from around the globe have been doing some very legitimate testing and studying of psilocybin. And what they found is that especially for people who have been through immense trauma, nothing helps you deal with the realities of surviving a traumatic experience like psilocybin. There's psilocybin therapy. There are people in war, man. Do you know how many dudes who have come back from seeing, you know, everybody they cared about over there be blown to bits? You know how many of those dudes are now just treating themselves with psilocybin treatments and all that stuff? There are a number of federally backed studies that are specifically working with veterans in these psilocybin treatments. So the federal government is involved in it. They know that it works. They know that it helps. These kids who watch their classmates be gunned down in the lunchroom. I mean, there are ways to treat the long-standing effects of trauma that we had never considered before. And it looks to me, or in what am I? I'm just a layman. But from what I've read and from what I've seen, it looks to me like there are some real serious benefits to people who have been through these things, people who have nightmares, people who have these horrible... Treatment with this psilocybin is a way to sort of bring them back and allow them to have some kind of normal life. Used to call it shell shock. Remember that? And it was totally acceptable. A dude walking down the street hears a car backfire and suddenly he runs and hides. Oh, that's just Marty. He's still shell shocked from his days in Vietnam. That's a very fucking real thing. And we just kind of accepted it as normal life. But it can be treated now. And there are ways. And people who have been through those kinds of situations, we're finding that psilocybin is a very real... So, I mean... I don't particularly like it. I've done mushrooms a couple of times, not in 25 years, but, you know, I wasn't my particular thing, but I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And no, this is not like, you know, letting junkies get their heroin. There are no medicinal benefits to somebody who's on heroin, okay? Unless, maybe there is, I don't know what extreme situation that would be. So anyway, if you find yourself in LA and you find yourself in a dispensary, maybe you can pick up some magic mushrooms. They won't be legal, but you can buy them. NBA draft lottery. This is a big one. You know what? Here, hold on. Let me do something really quick. Guys, would you give me another break? Give me just another quick break. We're coming up on 3 o'clock. I got a couple more stories that I want to do here, so we're going to keep rolling. But are you okay? Okay, I got the dog down here. Let me take a quick break. I will be right back. And I'll be honest with you about this one. I gotta go to the potty. Be right back. All right. Excuse me. And we are back. How are we doing time-wise? 3 hours. Look at us. We did 3 hours today. I appreciate you letting me take these little breaks. I can, I can platter on for forever. Where's my coffee? 3-hour-old coffee at this point. Ice cold. Excuse me. All right. Where were we? We just talked about the mushrooms. That's right. What else is trending today? The NBA Draft Lottery is happening tonight at McCormick Place in Chicago. Boy, I'll tell you, as a Chicago sports fan, I'm getting a little spoiled. Getting a little, I'm getting to the point where I expect to have the number one pick in all of my team's drafts. My Bears just had the number one pick. We traded that away for a haul. Couldn't be happier about the way that all shaped out. My Blackhawks, they won the number one pick. Apparently, they're going to draft some generational Canadian 17-year-old. I don't know who he is, but they're like, he's the best. Here's the funny thing. So there's this kid. The Blackhawks have the number one pick in the upcoming. They won the draft lottery for the NHL, so they got the number one pick coming up. And there's this kid. There's this Canadian kid. He's like 17 years old. And everybody's like, he's the best prospect since... This is where it gets funny. Because you can't, this is programming. We just say this stupid stuff because it sounds like a sentence that needs to be said. So we say stupid stuff like, he's the best, this kid the Blackhawks are going to take is the best prospect since 2021. What? That's 2 years. He's the best prospect coming into the NHL since Connor McDavid way back in 2021. See, that's programming. People say that. People said that because they thought it sounded right, but it makes no fucking sense. 2 years ago was not a long time ago, and yet the way you phrased it, he's the best prospect. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was the best sip of coffee that I have had since 2:55 p.m. Wow! See what I mean? It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I'm getting a little spoiled. My team, my football team got the first pick, traded that away for a haul. My hockey team, although I don't really have a hockey team, but they are my hockey. All right, they're begrudgingly my hockey team. My hockey team. They got the first pick, and now we got the NBA Draft Lottery, and my Bullies, they got a chance. Not a good one, but they got a chance. This is so crazy. This NBA Draft Lottery. I'm going to be tuned in, but you can be tuned in. I am. You know why? Because the team that wins the NBA Draft Lottery tonight. Now, I don't want to engage in grotesque hyperbole on this, but the guy coming out who is going to be the number one pick, is a feller who might be the greatest basketball player ever. What? What did he just say? Did he just say that Victor Wembanyama, the French superstar, 7'5", plays like a point guard, but is 7'5" or 7'3"? I don't know. I've seen it both. I've seen 7'3", 7'4". Victor Wembanyama is the prize. He has been the prize for well over a year. Didn't play in the NCAA, didn't play in college, wasn't an American college. He's a French dude. He is like seriously, if you haven't treated yourself, because you're hearing all of this stuff about Victor Wembanyama, well, maybe you're not, but if you're even tangentially associated with the NBA or a fan or whatever, you've heard of Victor. So here comes Wembanyama. He's coming. He's going to revolutionize the league. He's like, imagine, I wouldn't even say Shaq because he's not at all built like Shaq. He's more like Manute Bol. Imagine Manute Bol as a point guard, with a 3-point shot. I mean, it's crazy what this kid can do. Now, we've only seen him in the Euro leagues, but we've only seen him as like a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid in the Euro leagues playing against, Tristan Thompson, like former, they got some real players over there. And when a young one stands up out to the degree that a Victor Wembanyama did, the big basketball market of America takes notice. So he's going to be the number 1 pick overall. Treat yourself. Go watch some Victor Wembanyama. All you got to do is go to YouTube and put Vic, V-I-C. It'll autofill the rest. He's like the most searched guy on there. Just go to YouTube and pull up a Victor Wembanyama highlight reel. Fucking guy. This guy is insane. I mean, this kid, not even a guy, he is a child. He is a gigantic child. His arms, he's got like a 40-foot arm span. He blocks everything. He's got point guard speed and first move pivot like you've never seen. And after all of that, shoots from 3 like Steph Curry. Big man can step out from 3 and just drain it. He is something else. And this is another example. Now, we never know how these things are going to play out. We don't know. He could end up being, Sam Perkins. Who knows? He could be, we talked about Wayman Tisdale yesterday. He could be any number of things. Zion was the can't miss guy. We're still waiting to see what Zion can put together over a full season. So, we say these things, but the facts are this is a very exciting player. This kid, Victor Wembanyama, is a very exciting player. And he is going to, if all goes according to plan, he will change the immediate future of whatever team that lands him at number 1. Now, teams with the best odds of getting the services of Victor Wembanyama in tonight's NBA lottery, San Antonio, Detroit, Houston. I think they have the best shots. And then there's a couple of other teams. San Antonio, Detroit, or Houston. I'll tell you, the team that scares me the most getting Victor Wembanyama, God, it's hard to say his name, is Detroit. Because Detroit for like the past 5 years has been stockpiling the number 1, number 2, number 3 pick in the draft. And they've, never really broken out of that yet. But man, Detroit's got a lot of young talent. Crazy young talent on that team. Be nice if my Bulls got him. Be nice if my Mavs got him. That would be fun. But it looks like tonight. So this is going to go down tonight. The big Victor Wembanyama draft at the NBA lottery tonight. Somebody's going to be very excited. I'm telling you, my Bulls, we got like here's how jacked up my Bulls are. Now, the Bulls are very much my basketball team. I jokingly say that the Blackhawks are not my hockey team. And they are, kind of, but I have a love-hate relationship with them. The Bulls are my team. The Bullies. I'm bully thick and through. Look, some people are nuts about the Mavericks. That's kind of how I am with my Bulls. My Bulls are fucking screwed, man. My Bulls, we have to, if we get a top 4 pick, if the Bulls win in the lottery and get a top 4 pick, then we get to keep the pick. But anything short of that, we have to give our stupid pick to Washington, which in the NBA, man, that's all there is a first round. You get like one guy. I mean, there is a second round too, and all that. But really, all you're getting is your first round. That's it. That's your one thing. And what we don't have a pick. We don't have a pick this year unless we win or place high in the lottery tonight. If we place high in the lottery, top 4. Oh my God, if we got Wembanyama, that'd be crazy. Anyway, if we place top 4, then we don't have to give our pick away. But if it's anything else, then we just got to give our stupid pick away to Washington for Vooch. And I like Vooch. We traded 2 first-round picks for Nikolai Vucevic, and we gave him Wendell Carter. I think we overpaid. I like Vooch. Don't get me wrong. You don't need me going into NBA talk. I don't want to talk some Mavs. We talk. Maybe you'd like that more. Maybe we go in some Mavs talk. Okay, so here's another story I got here. Look at this, man. I got so much going on today. We're going to go to 4. We're probably going to do a 4-hour show. First ever, complete stream of consciousness. I'm proud of myself. It's not easy. It's really not easy. It should be hard, but I'm broken. And for some reason, even though I'm broken, you ever have something that's broken, but then it does something else really good now? Because anyway, I'm broken like that. I can stream. Like I'm enough of a narcissist that I can just go on for 4 hours every day thinking that people are interested in what I say. And as I said that, I watched 2 people drop out of the chat room. Perils of narcissism. Crazy Florida. All right, let's talk about this. This is a story that I wanted to talk about last night on the Pugs and Parker with Key and E show, which is a show that we do 9 o'clock Monday through Thursday. Just a little bit of get together, little conversation show, a little hang. Come on by. I think you might enjoy it. I was going to do this story on that last night, but we had some technical issues. So here's the story. This comes out of the Miami Herald. This a clothing optional resort. It says here, did a clothing optional resort in Key West discriminate against a woman? Okay, so now this sits in front of a judge. A judge has to decide if this woman at this Key West clothing optional resort, so it's already like a skanky place, right? You wouldn't go to one of those places. And skanky people go to these. Right. You ain't going to a clothing optional resort. You ain't going to Key West and going to a clothing optional resort. That's something your weird friend suggests. You know, the one you don't travel with anymore because they're always suggesting weird things. You stay at a nice hotel, you stay at a resort, you stay at a normal resort. And it doesn't even have to be a family-friendly resort. It could be a grown-up resort. But the clothing, get the fuck. Now I'm surrounded by a bunch of weirdos. A bunch of weirdos who want to be naked around each other. Ugh. I'm on vacation. I'm trying to relax. Jesus. If I want to see nudity, I'm going to see nudity targeted towards me. I will go to any of the many Florida strip clubs that I'm sure are within walking distance of wherever I am right now, because it's freaking Florida. That's what they produce. Strippers and porn stars, at least as far as females go. So if I want to see nudity, I can just do that. But when I'm, hanging out at the hotel bar, I don't want some weird dentist from Iowa, naked man titties walking up next to me. I don't need that. I don't want that. So these people are already weird. The situation is already odd. A Florida Keys woman alleges that Island House, a decades-old resort in Key West's Old Town, discriminates against... Okay, my head's going to explode. Here we go. Freaking head's going to explode. I'm going to die on this one. Hold my hand, people. A Florida Keys woman alleges that Island House, a decades-old resort in Key West's Old Town, discriminates against cisgendered women, transgender people, and those who identify as non-binary by keeping a men-only policy for patrons. Did you get that? So here's what the woman is claiming. Florida Keys woman, she is saying that the Island House, this clothing-optional creeper resort, which has been around for decades, she's saying that they discriminate against cisgender women. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I know I should. I don't know what that is. What is cisgender women? What does that mean? Here's what I think it means, but I'm not sure because these are all new terms. I think that means she's just a natural woman. You make me feel... Right? Is that what cisgender... Yeah. Cisgender means a woman. Why do we need to add that? Why can't it just say women? Why can't it just say discriminates against women? They got to add cisgender? Make me all confused? Straight chicks. Thank you, Barney. Florida Keys woman alleges that Island House, a decades-old resort in Key West Old Town, discriminates against cisgender women, transgender people, okay, and those who identify as non-binary. And they do this by keeping a men-only policy for their patrons. So it's, okay, let me just connect the dots here. It's Key West. Key West is known for 2 things, okay? Key West is known for Hemingway and gay resorts. That's what Key West is known for. Gay dudes on vacation and Hemingway. So let's connect these dots. The clothing optional Men only. Okay, so it's a gay resort. That's what this is about. Let's cut all the bullshit. There's a gay resort. And by the way, when they say been around for decades, what that means is it's a gay resort with a bunch of old gay dudes. This is not like, 22-year-old muscle guys listening to, hip hop and stuff. No, this is all a bunch of old dudes like your dad's age and, 50s and 60s. They've been coming to this place for years. It's a bunch of old queens who don't like the way the rules have suddenly changed and how terminology is now under the microscope and we have to say the right thing. They don't like it any more than we do. And they don't want any of this nonsense when they're on vacation. This is an awesome story. This story's fantastic. Because this story, above all other stories that you'll hear today, proves one thing, that we're all human, that we're all fed up with the nonsense. Here you got a place in Florida, in the Keys, a bunch of old gay men, been happily going to this place for decades, and they don't want to have to use proper pronouns. They don't want to deal with all this new stuff. They liked it when they were just gay dudes secretly going to this resort. Nobody talked about it. You didn't see billboards. They liked it that way. That's how they did it in the 70s. That's how they did it in the 80s. It was mysterious. It was a little dirty because they were doing something that was socially perceived as being wrong. It was exciting. Now these dudes are like 70 years old going, the fuck? What happened? What happened to our gay little escape place? I can see it. Old people, man. Doesn't matter what your sexual orientation is. Old people don't like change. And that's why I wanted to go through this story with a little bit of a fine-tooth comb, because there are little hints, like a decades old resort. That's a hint. They're telling us the clientele at this place, they've been coming here for years. So don't be thinking that this is filled with 18 and 19-year-old hottie hard body dudes. It's not. Well, that's a weird way for me to describe it, huh? Well, I am in the closet here, broadcasting live from the studio closet. Amina, or let's meet the lady. We don't know what this lady is, by the way. We don't know yet. We don't know. Is she cisgendered? Is she like a regular lady? Oh, is that wrong that I called them regular ladies? I don't know. Isn't 95%, 99% of all people behind, and aren't there more regular ladies like that than there are the other things? So, okay, so regular lady. I don't know if she's a regular lady. I don't know if she's trans. I don't know what her deal is, but let's find out. Her name is Amina Chaudhry. She's 38. She's from Cudjoe Key, Florida, which means that she's not even a visitor. It means that she just lives there and she just wants to go to this weird resort. Okay. She lives in Cudjoe Key. She filed her civil rights complaint. Oh, it's a civil rights case, is it? Yeah, you and Dr. King. Filed her civil... You and Mandela. How much time did you do, Amina? Amina Chaudhry, 38, of Cudjoe Key, filed her civil rights complaint last June against the resort with the Florida Commission on Human Rights. During 2 days of commission hearings in April, the resort's owner and attorney defended Island House, saying its business does not discriminate against anyone based on sex or gender. Island House is not men only. Attorney Wayne LaRue Smith of Key West, who represents Island House, said in an interview, "For 20 years, there's an ongoing record of women staying on the premises. Absolutely, excuse me, it absolutely targets its advertising to men, as gay resorts might." He didn't say it, I said that. "We don't have gaydar at the door," he says. So the lawyer's whole thing is, the lawyer's saying, we don't say that women and straight dudes can't come here. We're not saying but we don't have gaydar at the door. We don't know when you come in what you are. But if you're going to a gay resort where clothing is optional, you're probably into it. You know what I mean? Chaudhry, however, she fires back at the attorney. She says that ain't true. Not so, argues Chaudhry, who said she has tried to book a room with Island House only to be denied. Why? Because she's a woman. We did ask, again, this is a quote now from her. We did ask, again, the front desk staff, how do we book a room? Chaudhry testified during the 2-day hearing. How do we, as women, apply for membership? How do we purchase a guest pass? The answers to all these questions were, women cannot do those things. Following the hearing, Florida Administrative Law John G. Van Vlan, who cares, said he may issue a ruling within the next month, but said his decision is limited to Chaudhry's personal complaint. The judge says, whatever I end up ruling here, I love this judge. This judge is just trying to get out in front of it early. He doesn't want his ruling to be precedent in any future federal cases on, gay club. He don't want none of that. So he's making it known, I'm going to make a ruling, but it's just about her. My ruling is going to be specific to her. Here's what the judge says. This isn't an action to enforce the anti-discrimination laws. Rather, this case is about whether this particular petitioner was damaged or injured by discriminatory practice that was applied to her in a particular instance. And this is a narrow issue that I am pursuing. That's what the judge says. Island House advertises itself as an all-male clothing optional vacation destination. They say here at Island House, we truly are a sanctuary for all men. According to its website, which is filled with photos of men gathering for drinks, pool time, and amenities. I bet you there's some roughhousing too. Bet you there's when's wrestling camp start? When are we going to learn these new there's a new jiu-jitsu class being offered. Clothing optional. We truly are a sanctuary for all men, according to the website, which is filled with photos of men gathering for drinks, pool time, and other amenities, such as 24-hour gym, restaurant, and outdoor hot tub. Ooh. They say outdoor hot tub. Okay, so outdoor hot tub. When you're talking about, come to our place, it's got an outdoor hot tub. That ain't good. If I was in charge of putting out the publicity for that, I would not include that. Here's why. When you talk about your outdoor hot tub, you're basically telling me that you only got one hot tub. And you're telling me that a whole bunch of people are using that hot tub. That does not sound appealing to me. Scratch the line about the hot tub. Work it in somewhere else in a less specific. Like maybe, do you enjoy hot tubbing? We've got you covered. You say something like that. You don't say, come enjoy our hot tub. I don't want to go to any place that only has one hot tub. Okay? I'm not going to a resort that has one hot tub. First of all, it means it's a small resort. It means it's not going to be cool. It's going to suck. It's probably thrown together. They got one hot tub because you got to have at least one hot tub. Nah, not for me. Under the subheading of all male on the advertisements for Island House is the line, great, hold on. Hold up. Let's see here. But under the subheading of all male is the line, gay, straight, FTM, bisexual, married, single, coupled, in an open relationship, or just totally monogamous. All men are welcomed here. All right, that's men, though. That doesn't help you. You just say all men. You say whether you're, and then you go through this whole list, and then you tag it with, but all men. That doesn't help your case. What's up, dog? Hi. The dog just jumped in. Hi. You just open the door with your head? You just bang your head through the door and it just opens? Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Yeah. Okay. All right. You need to go down. All right. Leave me alone. Sorry, folks. Dog's getting a little bit jumpy. All right. So whatever. I don't know what's going on with this case. I just think it's crazy because it's just funny to me that it's a bunch of old gay dudes who don't want, like trans people and stuff. They don't. Let's be honest about it. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to prove it in court and, be able to get a judgment on it, that's a whole other thing. But let's not kid ourselves. They don't want it. They don't want it. It's not their thing. You know any old gay men? I do. I know 2 old gay men. And oddly enough, they're not together. It probably shouldn't be odd. Not all gay men have to be together. But no, I do know 2 older gay men. and they are bitchy. Man, I can only imagine if their little gay runaway place in Key West suddenly was allowing things that they weren't, all that comfortable with. They are bitchy. Gay men are bitchy. Gay older men, gay old queens, and like I said, got some experience with them. They are bitchy. Excuse me. All right, how about we get into some, let's see what's happening here. How many more stories do I have prepared for you? Oh, wow. All right. Should we keep on trucking, folks? Oh, the chat room is falling apart. That's right. I'm going to run you people into the fucking ground. I'm going to keep going until there are 0 people in the chat room. And by the way, here, boom, tip the show. Look how hard I work. My voice is going to be so sore tonight. All right, Post Malone. Hey, here's big news. Post Malone is trending. I've been on the air so long that like the whole world could have exploded and I would have totally missed that story. Post Malone has announced his 5th album. It's entitled Austin and a North American tour. It's going to be a very big tour. The singer will drop his new single Morning later this week. Post Malone seems like a really nice guy. Those tattoos on the face, though, that's a problem for me. That's a problem for me. I'm gonna judge you. I know. I'm trying not to, but I'm gonna. Post Malone's 2023 North American tour dates. Let's see. Is there any of interest to us? It's gonna begin in Noblesville, Indiana, on July the 8th. Let's see here. It's gonna not a Chicago stop. Look at that. Not stop. Oh, there. Oh, okay. Alpine Valley. All right. So it's gonna be July 15th for my Chicago friends. East Troy, Wisconsin. That's right. You'll be able to get up there and see Post Malone at Alpine Valley. Let's see. Where else? The Dallas. Come on. Where's this homecoming show? Weds, he's got to have a big homecoming show. Yep, there you go. August 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion. Post Malone will be here in Dallas August 5th. He'll be in Houston August 8th. I don't see Austin. The name of the new album is Austin, and he's not playing Austin. How crazy is that? He's not playing Austin. Tour is called Austin. All right, there you go. There's some Post Malone news for you. How about this one? Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, okay. So here's one for me. Here's one for you, one for me. Because I don't really give a shit about Post Malone. He seems all right, but seems like a nice kid. But like I said, I got questions about what led up to a lot of those face tattoos. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure something out with the lighting. The lighting ain't good. Like, we're gonna have to try and we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll try and see if we can make this out. All right, here. How about this one? Here is another concert tour. This one I'm very excited about. I would love to see this concert, although I more than likely will not. Liz Phair. Oh, do I love Liz? Liz Phair has announced her Exile in Guyville 30th anniversary tour. 30 years since Exile in Guyville. You guys, that was, I feel very, like, I've got a lot of stories. Like, I have a bunch of crazy stories, like just shit that I've been lucky to be near or in the orbit of when they went down. But I will tell you that my proximity and fly on the wall status during this period in the 1990s, when all of these amazing artists were getting signed out of Chicago. I mean, I was there. I was at parties with these people. I remember being at a party with Liz Phair and somebody saying that her demo is going to get her signed. I remember that. She wasn't a performer. Liz was just a girl who was in the scene. Liz, although I will tell you, as a young man, what was my availability here? I worked at the alternative rock station. It was like a very important station, alternative rock in Chicago, Q101, and I was part of the morning show. And so I got to be friends with people. And I remember at this particular party, I had two mad crushes of the era. I had Liz Phair, who I just thought Liz was, oh my God, I had such a crazy crush on her. But to a lesser extent, Nina Gordon, who Nina Gordon was in a band called Veruca Salt. Nina Gordon and Liz Phair were like my two favorites. They were so cool. They were so cool, man. They were just like I knew girls. You know, I was probably like 24 or 25 years old. I knew girls. And then I knew, like, you know, my mom and her friends. That's what I knew. These were women. These were like Nina Gordon and Liz Phair in 1994 strutting around a loft party in Wicker Park, Chicago. And you had no idea. Like, this is before Veruca Salt signs their major label and has a number of hits. This is certainly before, or probably at the time when Liz was writing Exile. I remember Exile in Guyville is the album that she put out, and it's widely considered to be one of the greatest albums of that decade. A lot of places have it number 2, number 3, but it's always up there. And it was the first of its kind album in that it was an album for chicks, but she was such a badass, cool chick that if you were a guy, you could get into it. You'd be like, this chick is totally cool. So now it made her a megastar. I remember being at. She didn't play live. This was the big problem with Liz Phair, is that she refused. It's not that she couldn't play live. It's that she didn't want to play live. She had incredible stage fright. I saw Liz Phair at a show at the cafe. Oh, was it at the? No, actually, I don't know where it was. It might have been a Big Kitchen. No, because it was Wicker Park. So don't you hate when I go through this in my head? Anyway, I remember seeing her on stage with an acoustic guitar with her back to the audience. She played 3 songs and she just turned her back to the audience and wouldn't look at the audience and was basically staring at the drummer. That's how petrified she was. But she was this incredible writer. Like, everybody in the scene was like, oh my God, you should hear her demo, man. She needs to sell those songs. You know? And at the time you're thinking, oh, she could sell those songs to somebody and some big star will have a hit with, you know, no one thinking that this awkward yet really, she wasn't awkward. I guess you wouldn't call her awkward because she was so cool. She was just like such a cool ass 90s, you know, alt rock chick. You know, she was just cool. Her and Nina, they both had that vibe. But then I remember being at a show. It was one of the first unveiling of her. She'd signed with a management group who got her songs and said, we can sell these songs. And even if you don't want to be a performer, you know, you can be a songwriter for other people. And I remember being at this show, and I was there again because I worked for the radio station, so I got into all these things. And I remember somebody telling me that Madonna was there. That Madonna was literally in this little, like, Chicago punk bar. And I don't know that it was true. You know, I never got that kind of access. But the idea that Madonna was there, and then, like, a week later, because of that show, she got signed by Matador Records, which was Madonna's album. So maybe Madonna was there. I don't know. But Exile in Guyville was the album. It went out, and it's still a great album, man. I've played some of it for my son. He particularly enjoys her song "Fucking Run," which is, you know, one of my favorite songs on Exile in Guyville. Just a terrific writer. And then, you know, after Exile in Guyville, the record companies tried to turn her into Sheryl Crow, and they tried to make her a little bit more commercial and palatable. And she had a run on mix stations in the 2000s where she had a couple of hits. Supernova, I think, was the follow-up. That was the first big follow-up, but that wasn't a hit. And anyway, here we are 30 years later, and they have reissued, Matador Records had reissued Exile in Guyville, and they're putting on a huge tour. Liz Phair is celebrating the 30th anniversary of her much-beloved 93 debut album, Exile in Guyville, with a tour later this year. All right. The dates take place this fall. She'll be touring with a full band. She's over her stage fright thing. But man, when she was younger, she did not want to perform live. She'll be joined on all dates by Blonde Shell. Find the tour itinerary below. Okay, so let's see. In 2018, Matador reissued Exile in Guyville. In 2021, Phair released her most recent album, Sober-ish. All right, Liz Fair. Let's see here. Where's she playing? A lot of West Coast, a lot of LA, San Francisco, Portland, Chicago Theater. That would be the show. That would be the home show, the homecoming show. That's going to be on November the 18th. Come on, where can we see her here in Dallas? Oh, man, look at this. It'll be great. Hopefully hopefully things will be better for me on December the 3rd, and I will be able to go to the Majestic Theater and see Liz Fair at the Majestic Theater. Schwartz will go to that with me. That'll be a show I'll go to with Schwartz. Anywhere else? Austin. She's going to be in Austin on December the 1st. All right, there you go. All right, so there's a couple of... one Post Malone tour announced today and one Liz Fair for all you Gen Xers out there. Liz Fair tour announced today. Here's another one. You know, we like to do, it's that time of year, we like to try and go through all of the festival lineups. The Bonnaroos, the whatever. Byron's going to see Weezer. I love the Weezer. I love Weezer. Where's Weezer playing, Byron? Where's we? Are they playing at the big outdoor place? God, jeez. See, I should. Oh my God, my kid would die. See, if I was a good dad, I'd be able to buy some Weezer tickets, and I'd be able to take my son to go see Weezer. My kid would freak if I took him to see Weezer. He loves Weezer. My kid's cool though. my kid likes a lot of old head music. Byron says Majestic is one of my places. I will get put on her detail if her looks have held up. Yeah, no, her looks have held up. She's like 50. She's in her 50s, but she's pretty, man. She's a pretty lady. She's a pretty lady. Actually, now I gotta look at Liz Fair. Hold on, what does Liz Fair look like now? Now we gotta do this, right? Well, we don't have to, but I want to because I'm weird like that. And besides, this gives me an opportunity to see. Wow. Images. All right, that looks pretty good. Hold on here. Boop, 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 boop. You got to you want to show the images, you got to go to the good Bing images. Bing's got them good images. They make them nice and big for you. All right. Boop. There you go. All right, that's her today. That's modern day Liz Fair. She looks good. That's Liz Fair. I would say that's early 2000s Liz. That's 2000s Liz. That's mid 2000s Liz. That's like 40-year-old Liz. She looks great. Look at her. She's so cool. She's such a cool badass chick. Guitar. Where's sexy 19? There you go. There's 1995 Liz. That's when I was crushing on her. Yeah, she's cute. She kind of looks like that comedian chick, Elijah Schlesinger, right? She's kind of got that look to her, I think. Oh, I think Elijah's hotter though. But Elijah's not as talented. All right, there you go. All right, I'm crushing like a weirdo. We're gonna stop. Oh, let's see Nina Gordon, because remember I told you, Nina Gordon and Liz Fair were my two crushes. Let's see what Nina Gordon looks like now. Nina Gordon, of course, from Veruca Salt. Let's see what she's looking like now. And by the way, you see these two and you're like, oh, Pugs obviously had a type because they are very similar. They have a very similar look. All right, here's Nina. All right, let's get a look at her. Boom, make her big. When is this? Is this old time Nina Gordon? Yeah, that looks like that looks like prime Veruca Salt era Nina Gordon. That ain't her. That's her. There she is. She's cute. She's still cute. Yeah, so I guess my type is like tall, thin, blonde guitar players. I don't know. I guess I find that sexy. And they do kind of look alike. There you go. That's early 90s Nina Gordon right there. That's probably her Wicker Park apartment. Look at her rocking out. Hot. It's beautiful. All right, there you go. All right, I'm done. But very excited about the Liz Phair tour, especially if okay, so the tour, it also went on to say that she will be performing the entire album Exile in Guyville, which is really cool. And that's kind of really all that I want to hear. Although it also said that she'll also be performing an assortment of other songs. So you got to figure that at least some of the, mixed stuff that soccer moms might know. We'll be in there. All right, so let's talk about another big festival lineup. Now, this one also, I'm a guy from Chicago, so I like to talk about these things. But Riot Fest has been announced. Riot Fest. Now, I'm biased because, I love Riot Fest. 2017, 2018, and 2019. 2018 and 2019, I was actually there with a film crew. 2017, I was just there with friends. But Riot Fest began as sort of, you had all of these giant festivals that were popping up, and there really wasn't anything for punk. There was no really cool punk rock festivals, right? And then Riot Fest, there were, in theory, some punk rock festivals, but they'd all become way too corporatized and all that stuff. So Riot Fest popped up when? Early 2000s, I think it's been around. It's an incredibly cool concert. It typically takes place. Does it take place? I thought it takes place 2 weeks after Lollapalooza. And then there was a problem for that because it had taken place the week after Lollapalooza, and then Lollapalooza moved their date so that there was 2 weeks in between because Lollapalooza didn't like that some of the artists who were playing Lollapalooza just stayed for a week and then could play Riot Fest. So Lollapalooza, in their big greedy corporate self-interest, decided to make it more difficult for the independent Riot Fest to be able to. And by the way, it's not independent anymore. Riot Fest is big. Riot Fest is huge. And this might be the old Douglas Park right there in Chicago, in a neighborhood of Chicago. They just gather together thousands and thousands of punkers and rockers, and it's a whole weekend thing. It's fantastic. And look, here's why it's fantastic. Because if, it's 95 degrees and you're like, oh God, I need to get out of here. You're in Chicago, man. You got hotels, you got restaurants, you got bars. You walk across the street, you go to any number of bars and get yourself an ice cold beer. You're not in Kentucky at Bonnaroo or at Coachella where they got you in the middle of the mountain. You know what I mean? It's you can still, if you decide to bail on it, you can do any number of other things. But check out this lineup for this summer's Riot Fest in Chicago. The lineup for one of the biggest music festivals in Chicago this year was announced Tuesday morning. A few well-known headliners will take the stage for the event at Douglas Park from September 15th to 17th. By the way, don't get it mistaken. You've never heard of Douglas Park. And most people in Chicago have never heard of Douglas Park. Douglas Park is not a big major city park. It's a neighborhood park. This is just happening in a neighborhood. Where your grandma lives, right? Can't go visit grandma this weekend because the Foo Fighters are playing on the lawn across the street. Seriously, that's the whole vibe of this. It's a really cool. I'm telling you, if you're one of these people who like to take these destinations and you think, I'm just going to go camp and sleep on the dirt and I'm going to go to Bonnaroo or whatever, dude, go to Riot Fest. Seriously, make that one of your concert destinations. And if you don't take my word for it, listen to this lineup. A few well-known headliners will take the stage for the event at Douglas Park from September 15th to 17th. Okay, so now it's fairly far away from Lollapalooza. I think Lollapalooza ends in July, so this is now a full month. Okay, Friday night will be headlined by the Foo Fighters. All right, Friday night. That's the first headlining night. Foo Fighters. That's where they're setting the bar. Dude, you guys realize this is a festival that used to feature the likes of the Misfits and the Germs, right? I mean, this is a festival that used to have Naked Raygun and, the Dead Kennedys or at least some version of Jello Biafra. That's what it was. It was this hardcore punk thing. And now on night one, they got the Foo Fighters, who are probably in the midst of the largest tour of the year. This post-Taylor Hawkins tour is going to be massive for them. The Foo Fighters. And that's night one. Night one Friday night will be headlined by the Foo Fighters along with Turnstile, while Saturday features the Postal Service, Death Cab for Cutie, and Queens of the Stone Age. All right, so that's Saturday night. Okay, so I'm going Friday. Well, hang out Saturday. Saturday's probably pretty cool. I'm going to be there on Sunday because on Sunday night, closing out Riot Fest, I can't believe on Sunday night, the festival concludes with The Cure with Mars Volta opening. The Mars Volta and The Cure on Sunday night. That's some grown-up music right there. That's some grown-up rock and roll music that you're going to enjoy. That is really good. That is a fantastic... Foo Fighters on Friday, Queens of the Stone Age, and Death Cab for Cutie on Saturday. And then you got The Cure and the Mars Volta. But here, how about some of these other bands that are playing? Here's another reason to go. Our friends in Bowling for Soup. Bowling for Soup are going to be playing there. Annie DeFranco is playing there. I'll read some of these names. God, there's a million of them. Corey Feldman. You want to see Corey Feldman live? Oh, this is not going to be good for Corey Feldman. Oh, Jesus. You know what? Unless they have fun with it. Oh, but it could be really bad for Corey Feldman. Oh, my God. All right, Corey Feldman's going to be there. Death Grips Drain, Earth Crisis, Empire State Bastard, Enola Gay. All right, so I didn't know any of these. I'm just going to Flogging Molly, Gorilla Biscuits. That's a good name. Fleshwater. Head Automatica. I don't know. Insane Clown Posse. Insane Clown Posse going to be there. Kim Gordon. Not Nina, but Kim. Mr. Bungle. What else do we got here? Parliament, Funkadelic, and George Clinton. Pennywise, Pool Kids, Quicksand, Ride, Rival School, Say Anything, Screaming Female, Silverstein, Sleep Token, Sludgeworth, Snapcase. This is stupid. Tegan and Sarah, The Breeders, The Exploited. I'm not seeing any real... The Used. Okay, so we're getting into this a little bit. Anyway, there you go. That's Riot Fest. Riot Fest. How exciting. Douglas Park. Man, it's gotten so big. It's gotten so big. It used to be like the antithesis of the, big corporate, what Lollapalooza was. Lollapalooza had dominated the Chicago summer music festival thing, and Riot Fest came along and was like, we're going to do something that's a little bit cool. And now, you can't tell me, Riot Fest, you can't tell me you're not dealing with corporate douchebaggery when you're signing up the Foo Fighters and The Cure. I mean, I'm happy for you, because that sounds like a really cool concert, but I'm just pointing it out. All right, what else we got here? Damar Hamlin. Our boy Damar Hamlin is trending. Remember him? Remember Damar Hamlin? Are you at the point right now where Damar Hamlin sounds familiar to you, but you're like, where do I know that name from? Yeah. That was a name that we knew about 4 months ago. He was the Buffalo Bill guy who died. Did he die? I don't even know the story. It's only been a couple of months. I don't remember the story. I mean, I remember he was a safety, and there was a collision, and he got up, and then he fell down again. And then there was they brought out the serious stuff happened, and he was seriously injured. But did he die? He was dead for a minute. Did he die? Did that happen? Or he had cardiac arrest? Did that happen? Did he have a heart attack? I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. But apparently he's okay. Apparently he's completely recovered at this point. He's getting ready to play football again. He's going to come back out. This is weird now because as I understand it, and I might be wrong here. And again, he's a young player, so there's plenty of moving parts. But as I understand it, he wasn't great to begin with. He wasn't he's not even the starter. You know what I mean? He was there were injuries, and that's why he was out there playing. But now he's Damar Hamlin. Now you can't cut him, right? Can you cut Damar Hamlin? If Damar Hamlin goes in, let's say they got 5 safeties and somebody's got to go. And on merit, you're Damar barely just hung on past final cuts last year. He made the team and he played because of injuries, but he barely made it out of camp last year. What if you get to that point this year and you're the Buffalo Bills have cut DeMar Hamlin. You know what I mean? You can't. You got to keep him. He's got to make the team this year. He died for you. He died. Well, I don't know if he died or not, but he might have. He died for you. You got to keep him around 1 year. He gets a roster spot. Buffalo. He gets a roster spot, okay? Jesus, what's the matter with you? So anyway, DeMar Hamlin has been awarded the George Halas Award. That is the award given out in the NFL every season to the player who has overcome the most in their personal life. I would say being dead on the field and like then when they're like, he's learning to walk again. Oh, I don't know what's true. He certainly did. Look, he was very high profile, right? Very high profile guy. We saw it all happen. The whole world was outraged, not outraged, but horrified and saddened. And we all prayed for him and held good thoughts and all that stuff. So I guess he overcame stuff. I don't know. He almost had to give it to him, though. Because he was the most. Didn't he win an ESPY award as well? All right, folks, look at us breathing down the neck of 4 o'clock, and I have now exhausted our entire show. That's it. That's all the stuff that I had prepared for you. That's what I came loaded with. Now let's see what has happened since I have been on the air. Let's see here. 4 hours. What has happened in the last 4 hours? Anything? Hold on. Holy shit, Corey Feldman is trending. Why is Corey Feldman can't be trending? Because I just mentioned Corey Feldman. I haven't thought about him in like 20 years. I just mentioned Corey Feldman 5 minutes ago, and now it seems that he is trending. And he's trending for Riot Fest. That's right. Foo Fighters and Corey Feldman on the same bill. What kind of Twilight Zone bullshit is this? That's funny. There you go. Yeah, that's why Corey Feldman is trending. We just talked about that. Riot Fest. People have looked into the fine print of all of the bands and they've found Corey Feldman. Because he's not promoted. It's not like Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone Age, Corey Feldman. It's not like that. It's like Corey Feldman, you got to go all the way down to the C's. And there's like 60 C bands that are playing because there's hundreds of bands playing at this thing. And then you got to find Corey Feldman. So people took their time and they found it. And now it's trending. What else is trending? Blizzard. I don't know what that is. Wemby. Wemby is trending. Wemby is Victor Wembanyama. Remember I told you about him? Somebody's going to win the NBA draft lottery tonight. And they're going to win the services of Victor Wembanyama. Fetterman is trending. Do I want to click on that? I don't know. Fetterman's trending. Did he die? Like, I almost want to click on it because I want to know, like, is he better or is he dead? I don't, but then it could also, I just could click on it and it can be like, meh, like stupid political stuff. So, moving on. Pat McAfee is trending. Why is Pat McAfee trending? I love Pat McAfee. I tell you, there's this, what's going on? What are you doing? Why are you getting weird right now? I just heard you barking down there, and now you're up here. What's going on? Sorry. She's being weirdly cute right now. Say hi to the people, dog. Here, remove this. There she is. What's the matter? Oh, no, you don't trust the light, do you? Because it's tilted. Okay. There you go. You want to let me finish? No, come on, dude. Dude, no. Let me finish. Go away. Thank you, friendo. All right. Oh, well. She's not used to me doing this long. She's not used to it. She's wondering when we're going for our walk. She's wondering all kinds of things. All right, well, let's see. Why is Pat McAfee trending? Did he sign a deal? Because the big rumors that he's going to sign a big deal. Breaking. Pat McAfee is walking away. Oh, you go, Pat. Yes. I'm so happy for him. I love this kid. This dude. Man, Some people just have the blessings, right? Some people just Pat McAfee, breaking news. Pat McAfee is walking away from his $120 million deal with FanDuel to join ESPN. The show is expected to remain on YouTube, and McAfee will bring his crew with him. He will earn more than $10 million per year at ESPN. Whoa! That is incredible. Now, why is this a big deal? Because, and I was about to say this, for a lot of us old heads, there is a certain way of doing sports. This is bugging me. This is bugging me right now. It's bugging me. I can't believe it's bugging me. There you go. All right, there you go. Now it's not going to bug me anymore. So to us old heads, there has been this sort of template for what a sports guy is, what a sports world personality is. A lot of times they're very jocular, you know what I mean? They're very, hey, how about that, man? Joe Buck is a good example of it. Joe Buck, Bob Costas is the more sophisticated, the intellectual type variety of that. But there was a very cookie cutter kind of idea of what a sports opinion maker, at least at the highest levels of sports celebritydom, could be like and was like. And that was forged in the 70s and in the 80s and in the 90s. That's not it anymore. We have a completely new class of individual who are as influential in the worlds of sports as, your Pat Summerall ever was. And Pat McAfee is an incredible example of that. I love his casual approach. I love how there's no hatred, there's no anger. He does a sports show about sports where you'd be hard pressed for him to find me an example of him just tearing somebody down. They don't do that. Think about that. Think about every All right, I think that'll work now. I think I think we're back. I don't know. Okay, there you go. So here's what happened when the dog was in here. The dog's back foot. I saw her when she walked out. She kind of yanked on a cord a little bit, and I made a mental note that I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to plug that back in. But I thought it would last, and then I moved the desk, and it pulled the plug out. So we had to reboot everything there. I do apologize. Anyway, we're talking about Pat McAfee. I'm just a big fan. I just think he's a terrific. He's so, I don't know, genuine. He seems very kind. He seems like there's optimism there. They bust balls, but it's the way friends bust balls. It ain't like, some sports talker telling you, he's a piece of garbage and that 19-year-old kid should never work in this league. What kind of bullshit is that? It's a very old school sort of way of looking at the world. McAfee ain't like that. McAfee busts people's balls for doing stupid shit or, saying not... What's the worst that McAfee will say about it? Well, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. He won't say, he sucks, he should have never been drafted, the coach should be fired, the general manager. He would never say that. And it's really a refreshing way of doing sports because it's still balls to the wall crazy, hysterically funny. I mean, it seems like this group of people that you would want to go out and drink beers with and party with. They're just good dudes. And ESPN, see, here's the problem. He was making a big boatload of money because FanDuel came in and they said, we're going to give you this budget, this $120 million budget. You pay your people, you do this, you build your sets, all that kind of stuff. And that's great. And he had complete autonomy. However, I think he wanted something a little bit more, how do I say this? It's almost like respectable is the word. I think he wants some kind of legitimate credibility within the mainstream circles because no matter what, he's always going to be Pat McAfee, the YouTuber, to the NFL. But now if he's Pat McAfee, the biggest personality at ESPN, and make no mistake, they brought him on to be the biggest personality at ESPN. Pat McAfee is going to be the biggest personality at ESPN. I don't know what they're going to do with his show. His show will probably now be, he's not going to not do his show. His whole bit is that he does 3 hours of sports talk every day on YouTube with a group of people. So he's going to have, that's what they're buying. That's what he is. Movies, we talked about the secret meeting that he had with Bob Iger, the president of Disney, who is the parent company of ESPN. I told you back then, I told you when it was reported that Pat McAfee was having these secret meetings with Bob Iger, that it was probably a done deal with him going to ESPN. Why? Because Bob Iger doesn't meet with people if they're the next potential host of Pardon the Interruption. Okay? Bob Iger, the most powerful man in Hollywood, doesn't meet with somebody who's going to be sitting at the desk doing SportsCenter. That is so below Bob Iger's pay grade. You meet with Bob Iger, it's because Bob Iger has a 5-picture deal for you. He's going to turn you into The Rock. That's why a Pat McAfee goes and meets with a Bob Iger. And that's why after the meeting with Bob Iger, just a few days now, I think it was last week, so we're talking a week later, it's breaking that Pat McAfee is walking away from a $120 million FanDuel deal on YouTube in order to take $10 million a year from ESPN. I wonder what that's about. That's about Pat McAfee wants to be The Rock. That's what it's going to turn him into. They're going to create a film series starring Pat McAfee. I don't know. What does Disney own? What does Disney have? What does Disney have? Disney has Marvel, right? Pat McAfee's going to be a Marvel character. You'll see. You'll see. They'll create something for him. They do it for all these people. John Cena, just in the DC universe. They just snatch these people up and give them a superhero character, and then they develop a streaming service television show for them. Maybe they get to pop up in an Avengers movie or something, and then the promise is that you'll get your own standalone and then standalone franchise. That's why Pat McAfee is walking away from his independent deal and going into the behemoth that is Disney, ESPN, all of that. That's a big deal. I know for the normal person, it's just like, wah, but for media people, this is a big media deal. Pat McAfee making that decision today. That's probably why he's trending. What's he trending? 6. All right, trending 6. What else do we have? Spurs. Spurs are trending. A lot of Spurs fans, they really want that number 1 pick. They really want Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama is a Frenchman. He's accustomed to Paris. You ain't gonna send him to San Antonio. Oh, wait, Don't the San Antonio Spurs have a nice history with Frenchmen? With Tony Parker, Frenchman? Tony Parker a Frenchman? I think Tony Parker's from... No, now I got to do this. Now I got to do this. Now I got to look it up because of the delay. Tony Parker, NBA. Is he a Frenchman? They got a history of French guys? He's Bell. It's same thing. Same thing. I guess he was born in Bruges. He was born in Bruges, Belgium. No, but I guess he identifies as French. Anthony Parker is a French-American former professional basketball player. There you go. So that could be good. Bring Tony Parker back into the fold. Let him hang out with young Frenchman Victor Wembanyama. I could see how that could work. But, he's going to be like, he's used to Paris. And suddenly he's going to be in San Antonio. What else is his choice? Houston. Houston's better than San Antonio. See, you got to think, like, where do you want to live with all kinds of money, right? So the three choices, I guess he's looking at young Victor Wembanyama. He's looking at Detroit, San Antonio, and Houston. I guess I would have to go with Houston. Houston would probably be the best place to live if you had money. Although, you know what? Detroit, man, don't be sleeping on Detroit. I know people think what they want to think about, like a 3-square block neighborhood in Detroit because that's where all the bad shit is. But the money in Michigan, get the fuck... Auto industry money? Are you kidding me? Grosse Pointe, Highland Park, all of those areas. Yeesh. There's some money in the Detroit metropolitan area. Not necessarily in Detroit, but in the suburb where the money is. If you got Ford, you got GM. Oh my God. There's money. You can get yourself a mansion. You know what a good indicator of that is? Have you ever seen Grosse Pointe Blank? Remember that movie? Remember that picturesque little town, that sweet little town? You're like, oh my God, this is like the greatest town in America. That's a real place. That's an honest-to-God real place. None of us can afford to live there because it's incredibly wealthy. So I guess you could. But, you got that in Houston too. Do you have that in San Antonio? Could you be a ridiculously rich 20-year-old? And enjoy San Antonio. I suppose being a ridiculously rich 20-year-old, you can enjoy anything, right? Because you're going to blow the money. You're going to blow through it. So anyway. Wow, look at that. Look at that. NBA draft lottery is trending. Wemby is trending. Victor is trending. And Wembanyama is trending. So there you go. He is absolutely Mr. Popular. All right, gangsters, that's going to do it for us. I think we are out of show. I think that's going to pretty much be the, how about us? Look at us going a full 4 hours today. Double show for you. Yeah, Austin would be good. Yeah, if I was like a 20-year-old with a whole lot of money, like a 20-year-old billionaire, Austin. Yeah, you could really enjoy Austin. Austin's great. I love Austin. I love Austin. I always... So before I knew about Austin, I knew about Madison, Wisconsin, which is it's like the Garden of Eden. It's like just Madison, Wisconsin. You guys get out of here. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's so amazing. Madison. So think about Austin, like all the cool things about Austin. So they have all the cool things about Austin, except barbecue. They don't have barbecue. They got all the cool things about Austin, but also Four Seasons, which for some people is a deal breaker. Because like you can't go snowmobiling, right? You can't have snowball fights in Austin, but you can all summer, all winter long in Madison. I like the Four Seasons. And they don't have barbecue, but they do have cheese curds, which I'm just saying, I wouldn't give up either barbecue or cheese curds. They're both good. But yeah, you could live in Austin. Like I used to always fantasize. I'd be like, man, if I was just a billionaire, if I just became a billionaire and chucked it all, I would move to Madison, Wisconsin. I would take my billions and I would live in Madison, Wisconsin. I would live on one of those giant, like 20,000 square foot antebellum mansions on the lake. That's where I'd live. And then I found Austin. Like when I moved down here, I was like, oh, wait a second now. Austin's got some serious Madison, Wisconsin vibes. I'm kind of liking it. Except the difference is, of course, that Austin is a much larger city. Altogether, it's a much larger city. So there is this sort of sleepiness that you have still with Madison that a lot of people in Austin probably wish Austin still had, that it once had, that it just doesn't have. I don't know. Those are my two favorite like places where like when I make a whole bunch of money and I'm just going to go live somewhere, I'm just going to be like, that's it, I'm done. It's either Austin or Madison. And I think if I have that much money, I will have a place in Austin and a place in Madison. So when I need winter, I can go up there. We'll do Christmases in Madison, Wisconsin. Because if you have an opportunity to do Christmas in Wisconsin and you don't, I don't know. 4th of July in Austin. 4th of July. 4th of July we'll do in Austin. And then we'll go back to Wisconsin in like August and September when Austin is just unbearably hot and Wisconsin is like just perfect, where it's like 82 degrees every day and sunny. And then we'll come back here when it starts getting cold. See, we'll just go back and forth. That's how it'll work. I don't know why I'm just prattling on. Let's see here. Let's keep it going. I'm trying to see. A lot of people have been. Yeah, okay. I gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. I got stuff I gotta do. I don't know why I felt so inspired to do such a long show today. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm wondering, what is the longest show that I can do? Could I do a show for 24 hours? Would anybody care? It'd be Byron and Barney, and nobody care. Why would I even do? Like, what's the world record for doing stream of consciousness, current events, hot takes? Here's how I would have to do it. I would have to keep refreshing the trends, and every time a new thing would pop up as a trend, I would just have to rant on that. That'd be the weirdest. I wonder what that would be. I know that I couldn't do it on YouTube because there's a time limit on YouTube. So I would have to like stop and then do a second show and then a third, you know what I mean? Could I? I guess here's what I think it is. I think the question is, how long would my voice hold up? And then how long could I stay awake? Because that's what it's like. Because even if the voice is gone, I could still whisper and But how long could I physically stay awake? 4 days? If I had a producer right now, I'd be going, "Hey, find out what the Guinness Book World Record is for someone talking, and then see if we can do." See, that's what I would do, but I don't have that anymore because those days are gone. I ain't got that greed now. I like my new studio, even though it's temporary, and even though I don't mind it in here one bit. I enjoyed it so much. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to. Never mind. I just realized I still don't. Guys, you know what? Before we get out of here, let's see if I can share things. Help me out in the chat room, because remember that was a big problem that we were having. Whenever I would try and share a video or something while live streaming, it would be just a complete dibbledy-dop. Let me just give me a random video. Give me a random video that I can use. All right. Oh, Jesus. All right. No, you know, here, we'll just. All right, let's see if these work. Boom. All right. Boom. All right. All right, so it's still strong. My connection is still strong. See, at this point in the process, before, hey Kevin, we're done with the show. You can back it up. I did a full. Oh, it was crazy. I did a full 4 hours. It was nuts. Right now we're just doing a new studio. Right now we're just doing a little bit of behind the scenes maintenance. So please don't mind me. All right, so now I'm going to share this. Now I want you people in the chat room. It's just a random thing I just grabbed from YouTube just to see if I can share, and if I somehow just end up sucking as soon as it shares. So you people in the chat room, tell me if you can hear.
Quiet, please, and action.
Oh, pizza man! Pizza man! Guess who's here? It's the pizza man! I got pizza man! Pizza man! Guess who's here? I'm a pizza man! Ah!
All right, so now I've paused it. Now I'm talking. No problem. Sally says, "Thank you so much, Sally. Sounds great, looks great. Thank you." All right, so I don't know what the hell I did, but I do appreciate that. Now I just got to make sure we can do other people. You know what I mean? Like the problem last night was I couldn't hear. I don't know. I couldn't hear anybody. Couldn't hear anything, so I couldn't have a conversation with anybody that I was sharing the screen with. Slowly but surely, we will get this handled, and I appreciate your patience. I also appreciate your tips and support of the show. You guys are the best. This show shouldn't be so stressful, but it is. And it's only stressful because I don't want to give it up. So thank you to you folks that are helping me at every turn to make sure that I can keep doing these shows. 4 hours. Pretty proud of that. 4 hours and 18 minutes. See you tonight. Pugs and Parker with Key and E right here.